Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Dinocop, an investigation-style game involving a society where dinosaur people exist, and it's weird. Hey there, Key. Welcome. Hello, Ember. Hello. Hello. Yes, hello. Yes, they exist. There is a species of dinosaur that is viewed as in some way lesser in the society, and they are given the opportunity to sell their children for food. It is disturbing. Let's check in with the kitties. We do have Sky up in the tree and Mason on the bed. Ember on my shoulder. Sherbet watching TV. Molly or Sammy running by there. That was Sammy. And Molly's under my feet. Are you done, Ember? Well, that was... So, Sammy saw an opportunity and hopped up to try to run over to my lap. She tried to shove past Ember, and Ember gave her a little nip on the shoulder in passing. Hello, Sammy. Are you going to sit with me or not? She's deciding. Hey there, Roman. We are going to be playing an investigation game today. On the coding front, though, I did get the shader ready to roll. It doesn't have all functionality, and it doesn't have the message loop that it needs to, so that we can see the actual performance, but running the shader the way that we are is working. So that's good. We're going to be doing a lot of shaders soon. But anyway, Dinocop. For those of you that haven't seen it, this is a kind of first-person perspective game. And it has a time loop style. Every day plays out on the same timeline. Doesn't seem like it's actual Groundhog Day. It just seems like everybody is really set in their ways. So we discover who is doing what and when, so that we can... Oh, that's another one we can do. We can sneak into the bathroom. So Dinocop is sent here to find because there is a report of somebody selling human meat at a dinosaur rights conference. Back choke. And while it's perfectly legal to eat Brontosaurus meat, because that's just, you know, ethical, because, you know, those families are given an opportunity to sell their less able children, so they're not a burden on society. That's a good thing, right? It's not okay to eat humans. There is, again, it's silly, fun, cartoon looking. Like there's costumes and whatnot. But the gist is essentially Jurassic Park happens across the country. As far as, you know, they clone dinosaurs, but it turns out the dinosaurs are intelligent. And that resulted in some atrocities from the human side, but eventually they become it's kind of a caste below humans. They're not treated as full people, and are pushing to get full rights and equality. But there's still a lot of, okay, yeah, they can think, but they're not, they're not humans. Dinocop, the implication that they refer to it as was made to be a dinosaur police officer. Exactly how they did that is unclear. But the implication is from birth, he was trained to be this way, effectively engineered to be this way. There's a event that you can do where Dinocop kind of has an existential crisis and flees the conversation. Okay, so timeline again. We want to see what this drug they're using is. We need to meet him in his room in the morning. Because he has revealed to us that there is something that he has information on or is up to. These two, I think we need to bring the wires to in the garden. Given this, I think we just rest until morning. It is not an intense investigation game, but it has that nice, you need to find the things to talk to people about. You need to find out what people's timeline is, that kind of thing. Okay, so we want to get to room 200 very soon. There's a lot of random NPCs that come out of the NPCs only room. Five. Two. This is the room that we broke into and found out that most likely somebody planted a bag of chicken. And since chicken smells just like human meat, the person that we found it in is essentially accused of having that, which is illegal. So that it is being analyzed in a lab kind of on the down low to find out if it's actually human meat. But it does seem like somebody is trying to frame that individual. And they are a very avid human rights activist. Or dino rights activist. We broke into the room by dressing the way that we are because another dino rights activist that was infatuated. Also, hello, Jay. Sorry. Jay and Roman. I did not greet you explicitly. Had been dumped by the one that has most likely had, chicken planted in their room. And this outfit is like the outfit of their ideal partner. So we went on a fake date with them and then convinced them to break into a room that they thought was Dinocop's room to essentially vandalize it. But it was the girl that he actually likes room. It's just a whole to-do. We are waiting for Steve to show up. Looks like we're going to be waiting until right about 7 o'clock. There are sometimes these sequences, there are a couple of places you can skip ahead. Having a meal can jump you to particular points. You can use coffee to jump to particular points. You can use the bed in your room to jump to the next day. But there are periods where you're just kind of hanging out. This is Steve. I get the impression that Steve is actually a disgraced baseball player who was on a team that was actually invited to be in in actual Major League Baseball, in the big leagues that are where humans play. But he was accused of doping just before that happened, and another player kind of popped into fame, and immediately that other player went into politics and never played baseball in the major leagues. The implication being that this was the famous player, and the steroid scandal and the fact that humans don't really pay attention to these folks led that other person to being famous, and has parlayed that into political power as what amounts to a puppet candidate working for the meat industry and other human interest groups. Like I said, silly dinosaur game, but there's some heavy stuff happening. Hello, Mr. Officer. Thanks for accepting my invitation. I promise to tell you nothing but the truth. Don't mind me playing guitar while we speak. Shredding banger solos helps me alleviate my stress. The door auto-closed while we were waiting. Okay, one moment, sir. I need to ransack your room. Mr. Officer, please don't touch that, please. I invited you in. Please respect my stuff. First person to do this, which implies there is stuff in his room that is investigation relevant. Hey there, Laura. We're playing the silly dinosaur civil rights game again. Why couldn't you speak in public? Hope you can keep a secret, Mr. Officer, because my safety depends on it. You're right. I don't consider Jan Zero a friend anymore. I despise him. Jan Zero is the dino politician. Really, the first one with a chance to get into a major office. But he's the only one who still books me for gigs. I'm like his little mascot or something. I depend on him to make a living. If he learned I hate him, I don't know how I'd make money anymore. Why are you stressed? I'm an old punk. I never really trusted cops. And why do you hate Jan Zero? He wants so badly to become the first dino elected official, he completely lost his mind. He only thinks of himself. I can't endorse him anymore. It's ironic because I'm stuck promoting his campaign. I guess that's why I feel so miserable and say those nasty things about him. Nasty, nasty things. Just today in the news, his party is again promoting a barbaric policy. Look at the newspaper over there. So the Progressive Pro Party is the one that Jan Zero is running for office in. And that party is ostensibly like that. What they call out is that they're for dinosaur rights in moderation. They're running against the Kill All the Dinosaurs party, which is absolutely not a puppet party pushed by the people behind the Progressive Pro Party. Because Kill All Dinosaurs party's only listed policy is laws that will kill all dinosaurs. Whereas the Progressive Pro Party is more moderate, and they have kill only some dinosaurs as their policy. You know, keep the good ones. and are still very in favor of the meat industry, the aforementioned. That's messed up policy. On the front page, an article about the less dino, better dino policy. This is the only kill some of them policy, which aims to control the number of dinosaur births based on family income. Oh, we didn't know the based on family income part. That's even more messed up. And the article, a member of the PPP, the Progressive Pro Party, which is fronting Jan Zero, presents this policy as the common sense solution to an important problem. We can't let dinosaurs reproduce recklessly. We need to help them plan the size of their family. And the less dinos, better dinos policy aims to help the dino population. It is... There are a lot of games... I've run into a few games where the front of the game does not match everything about the play. Like, the game presents itself in one way, but there are systems or themes in the game that seem to run counter to it. So this one has, again, silly, cartoony dinosaur people and whatnot. And if you were entering the game, you would think, oh, this is going to just be kind of jokey stuff, you know? But the first line is from your very hateful and ignorant police partner. And I believe that you encounter that line is from him. And the first thing Dinocop says in his head is essentially, I hate this guy. And then this whole political system unfolds in front of you, and it creates a bit of cognitive dissonance. This is happy, silly, cartoony, but really heavy and has strong parallels to real life kind of stuff. Another one I've seen is recently is Helldivers, which I play relatively regularly. That game has remarkable milsim elements as well as some of the better stealth gameplay I've encountered. You know, it doesn't have all the nuance of some of the later Ghost Recon RPGs or say like your Metal Gear Solid 3 kind of stuff. But it runs close in some of those regards, which is weird because the front of the game is silly, over-the-top violence. Most dinosaurs agree with our plan. Sure, some extremists claim this policy is a breach of dinosaur rights, but these extremists are just the dinosaur equivalent of the Kill All Dinosaurs party. Again, the party that is put forward as the only alternative to Progressive Pro, with one of the kind of talking points of, well, if you don't like our party, that means you're telling people to vote for Team Super Evil. We're just Team Regular Evil. Their maximalist positions aren't reasonable. They're harmful and divisive. You don't vote for us, you're giving away your vote to the Kill All Dinosaurs party. And if you give away your vote to the Kill All Dinosaurs party, are you really a dinosaur? Looks like some notes were written on the page next to the article, in really fine print. Magnifying lens. Page next to the article about the LDBD is the sports section. Next to the baseball stats, Steve has written extensive notes about each team and player. He sure seems to love baseball. Ask him about it. When he is in public, he's very derisive of some of the sports fans. In the cafeteria and in the lobby, there are some baseball fans that show up. And in the cafeteria, the little restaurant, in the evening, they are watching a baseball game. And he is nearby, but kind of seems to be looking down on the fans. You love baseball? The notes in the newspaper. You love baseball? I'm surprised. The other night you seemed annoyed by the fact people were obsessed by baseball. This is embarrassing. You caught me. Guess I'm kind of a jerk when it comes to baseball. It's my passion. I wish I had become a baseball player. It's not baseball that I hate. It's that fans don't really understand it. I feel ridiculous for saying it out loud. I'm way too... I'm way too old to be such an elitist about silly things like baseball. I need therapy. I don't have health insurance and I'm broke. Anyway, you love baseball too? Do you want to see some cool memorabilia? Look in my drawers. Phrasing. Baseball cards. Collection of old school baseball cards, more precisely of the 2047 to 2048 Monsterverse Big Birds. I believe that was the team in that it has trophies in the basement. The one with the player that was disgraced. Baseball card of a player called Blabberjack Boo. Random player with funny name. The little voice in your head is the kind of the narration of what the character is looking at. This is the baseball card of Foosball Opeth Sandro, the cheating player Steve gets really emotional about. If you look, Foosball has the same initials as Steve. Baseball card of Jan Zero. It's funny to see Jan Zero playing baseball. He looks different. He was a first baseman. I wonder if there was some deal made to essentially have them swap places, you know? Jan Zero a good baseball player? The cards are cool, huh? Jan, he was okay. He got drafted in the MLB, but it wasn't for his skills, really. His father was coaching the Big Birds when they won the championship. He was really favoring Jan. He ended up being considered a key part of this team, even though he didn't do much. One scout got duped. The Montreal Expos drafted Jan in round 15. Jan never played a game with them, but now he can brag about being one of the first dinosaurs drafted in the MLB. Guess it's good for his political career. He always wanted to please humans. How do you know all this? You were close to the team? Talking so much is making me thirsty. Could you grab me a soda in my mini fridge? As many sodas. That's so refreshing. Powered by the delicious taste of soda, saliva flows through Steve's mouth. The old punk is ready to continue your extensive conversation. It's really close to the Big Birds. When they won the championship, I was almost part of the team. I was Jan's closest friend, so his father gave me a job as a water boy for the Birds. Jan was already a tough character. You know how in a group there's often a self-serving pseudo-leader everyone secretly dislikes, but nobody calls out for fear of becoming his scapegoat? That was Jan. One day you'd be in his doghouse, the next you'd be his closest ally, and vice versa. Never really understand what triggered the switch. So when you were in his good graces, you'd cherish those moments even more. That's how he controlled most of the team. I've always been a bit naive, never chosen my friends wisely. That's why I'm stuck with Jan. Anyway, I got close to the other guys as well. That's why I get so emotional when people talk about foosball. I knew him. I don't think he was juicing. I'm pretty sure he was framed. Someone didn't want him to become the first dinosaur drafted in the MLB. Gods know why. Now nobody knows what he's up to. It's like he vanished from the face of the earth. If you're right, that's a really sad story, Steve. I hope Foosball is okay. He doesn't deserve to live in shame like that. Thanks for being open about this, Mr. Officer. Most people don't even want to hear my theory. They've been so wounded by Foosball's supposed betrayal, they hate him. If you want, go check in my closet. I have a Foosball jersey you can take. I'm sure he'd love someone like you to have it. You sure? I'm flattered, but this feels like a really big gift. I'm sure. It makes me happy to know that someone else isn't ashamed to have it. Yeah, they're increasingly less subtle that this is Foosball. That is the baseball ripped from the trophy. Baseball. Looks like a fancy decoration. Weird that Steve keeps it hidden in his closet. Why did Steve keep this golden baseball hidden in the closet? Did he steal it from somewhere? Be happy to know that someone else isn't ashamed to have a Foosball jersey. Just has sodas. All right, let's go down to the trophy room in the lobby area. Going the wrong... No, we're going the right way. Ish. Yum. Still don't know what the smell is there. It's like a little lounge down here. That trophy there has the baseball in it normally. But the golden ball you found in Steve's drawer would fit perfectly in this glove. Okay, given the amount of time they were looking at it, like just staring there, I thought that the little narrator was going to say, you know, what did you think would happen? You know, that a secret passage would open up or something. Trash is a valuable resource. Well, not 100% valuable so much as you can trade it in for cosmetics and some at a certain point, like useful items. Smashy, smashy. There's a notebook on this poker table. Do you want to read it? Yes, I do. What could be his motive? Did they promise him he would get drafted if he threw me under the bus? Why didn't they want me to get drafted? Is it because I would have been drafted too high for a dinosaur? Why would teams agree to pass on a good player? Were there more important people involved? Am I making it all up? Not all. I know I wasn't juicing. Yeah, so Steve had the key to the secret passage, and this is kind of his little hideout kind of thing. Was Jan trying to keep me from being drafted higher than him? We went to a bar 2 days before the draft combine. He was making me drink a lot. I woke up and didn't remember our night out. He could have spiked my drink or even injected me with steroids while I was out. Is he innocent? He's so twisted it wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't. Why did he push me to become a punk musician? Was I his little psyop? Foosball Opeth Sandro. Yep, that's Steve. First time you see a picture of him that big. Kind of feel like you've seen him before, like you know him. That face, isn't it? Guess you're starting to piece it all together, Mr. Officer. When I realized the golden ball went missing, I figured it was only a matter of time. Almost feels like a Freudian slip, me letting you dig through my closet. Maybe after our conversation, I wanted you to figure out. Maybe I couldn't handle it anymore. Feeling so alone, keeping my secret from the world. Only Jan knows the truth. He's the one who helped me forge my new identity. When they're moving slowly, it does have a waddle vibe to it, doesn't it, Key? Wasn't such a bad idea at first. Cashing in on the widespread hate dinosaurs have for humans. I could gain the public attention I craved for, and that wouldn't get as a baseball player now that my reputation was tarnished. But it didn't last. The act quickly got old. Why? People stopped seeing me as authentic, and they weren't wrong. At some point, I really did hate humans. I really did feel like eating them all, because I thought they were behind the conspiracy that prevented me from getting drafted. But my hate was only motivated by my own grievances. It was pretty shallow. I guess it stopped resonating with others quickly. That's why I got so interested by Carmen's zines. I felt I could learn from her how to channel my hate into more collective things. Potentially constructive things. We'll see what the next line is. Carmen is the kind of the more famous activist that is seemingly being framed right now. Anyway, I've never known for sure who didn't want to get me drafted. Who didn't want me to get drafted? Was it humans because I was the best dinosaur player, and they didn't want a dinosaur baseball star? Was it Jan because he was jealous? Was it both? It's a weird thing, suspecting one of your closest friends ruined your life. He's got a murder wall. I didn't notice that. It's been years, and I'm still so obsessed by this story. Oof. Posture. I don't know if I make sense anymore. I feel like my mind is fried. Jan, he seems to be acting weirder and weirder. The rally to promote his campaign, his speech, my show. All of it was supposed to happen days ago. He keeps postponing the event. Why? Is he keeping me trapped here on purpose, like he wants to control me in some sadistic fantasy? Wonder if he's delaying it in order to have the planted meat come to light. He knows I hate conventions and hotels, but it can't be only about me, can it? I'm not important enough. So if my feeling is right that he's being calculated, that he's postponing this event on purpose, he might be hiding something big. I realize I sound crazy, like a has-been who can't let go of the past. But I have 3 leads I feel like I need to investigate. Someone like you could help me get to the bottom of them. If you help me, and it turns out I'm wrong, at least I might untangle myself from the reins of my madness and start doing better. Yeah, sure, I'll help. Stop beating yourself up, Steve. I think you might be onto something. I'll help you out. Are you serious? My God, thank you, Mr. Officer. And we have a rare sky sherbet scuffle going on up there. Oh, did you get bullied for one, Sky? Huh? Yeah. Can't wait to show you what I've found so far. My setup looks ridiculous, but bear with me. How long or how often has this guy been there? Each one of these stations is linked to one of my leads. Go to each one to learn about each lead. There's a soda can there that is stuck in the floor. There it is. Had to find the hitbox. An evidence board. Gen Zero's picture is pinned on it. Next to Jan's picture, connected by a string, there's another picture, one of an older Psittacosaurus, dressed in a big bird's uniform. I guess that's Jan's father. Picture of Jan and his father are both connected to pictures of MLB executives, who are connected to pictures of politicians. There's also pictures of a bar, a list of different drugs, the list of players drafted during the 2049 MLB draft. That one is pretty simple. I want to know how Jan speaks of me when he's around other people in a casual setting. I think he won't be able to refrain from being condescending. Find a moment when he's surrounded by a group, but not in front of a camera, and ask him about me. Every night, Jan talks on the phone in his room. These conversations seem intense, like he's arguing about something important. I tried listening through his door, but I can't figure out what he's saying. Maybe you'll find a way to know. We have the binoculars, so we can lip read if we can get a line of sight. I have a feeling Jan comes into my room when I'm not there. Nothing went missing, maybe an object or two moved. Can't say for sure. I drink a lot. My memory is awful. But I sense Jan's aura every night when I step back into room 200. I asked Spip if he still had all the keys to my room, and he said yes, but I don't know if I trust him. We know Spip is the... There's a vibe that Spip runs the whole hotel. They have all the keys, they know who everyone is, and they seem to be tied to the drugs that the butcher gets. Here, come. Maybe you can ask him to see the keys. Well, he doesn't really care that I'm a cop, but if I'm not asking for any keys, he might help me this time. He keeps a log of the keys behind his desk. Maybe there's a way you can reach it. At night, he's sleeping. What is going on between you two? Sherbet is hounding Sky right now, just... He was doing that cat slow walk towards him. I haven't been able to spot it to see if it's Sky starts something and Sherbet's not having it. Sherbet was actually the first one to do the walk on my headrest thing. Sammy does that now. Sometimes she wants to be held on my shoulder. Sometimes she'll just sit behind my head. Sherbet is doing that at the moment, so both hands are occupied, giving him back scratches. He is tipped over and is between the headrest and my neck now. The angle is awkward. Sherbet is still very shy and skittish, so I try to give him lots of attention when he will accept it. Hey, bud. You're starting to get some blackheads again, bud. You're going to have to get your chin cleaned. And that always puts him off for a little bit. That's right. All the ones that I have currently are from shelters. My first two cats were Maine Coon siblings, and I got them from a breeder. But after that, all from shelters. Might be hallucinating. What a mess I've become. Look, what happened to you during that draft? It was traumatizing. It would make me paranoid too. Maybe you just need to talk to someone about it. I know you're broke, but I met a psychologist earlier who's also an activist for the Apple-Blop. Ah, the purple guy. The Apple-Blop is the... it's effectively a brontosaur rights movement. Maybe could hook you up with a deal on therapy sessions when we get out of here. That'd be great. Thank you for understanding. Okay, what do we got? Okay, you still need to sneak in there and hide in a stall before they get into the room, because they'll lock the basement bathroom door. Jam will be having breakfast on the terrace. If we zip out there, we can get to it in time. I think this is the first loading zone we've encountered. Right up there. Join their table dressed like that. Oh, because of him. Let's see if we can make it in time. Side. Oh, there we go. Getting turned around. If you talk to your partner about getting a disguise to trick the lovelorn rights activist, he gives you what amounts to a communist outfit. Default outfit. Default outfit. I don't think we are making it. Oh, no, we're still... We got time. We got this. See if I keep running into stuff. Group is enjoying tasty crepes and mammoth bacon. Yes, I do. How's your stay going so far, officer? This is Jan 0. Yeah, like it says on the screen. What do you think of Steve? He's my oldest friend. I love him. Why do you ask? Isn't it annoying to carry your embarrassing has-been friend everywhere? Wow, that's a cheap shot. You're far off, Mr. Officer. Steve didn't have an easy life. As time goes by, we change. And Steve, he's known for a role that he's outgrown. A lot of people think you're a poser when you evolve. They don't trust you anymore. But there's a difference between grifting and what happened to Steve. It's sad for him that he's still going to have to sing songs he doesn't believe in to make a living. But there's something beautiful in how his rage became something else as he matured. I admire him for it. It inspires my political journey. I bring him on my campaign for one reason, to show people that you can grow and become something you never expected to be. Well, it's really nice what you say, but let's be real. He's your friend and you're giving him a gig because he's your friend, no? You may think so, but that's not the case. I wouldn't give a job to my friend if I didn't believe my friend was the best for that job. Okay, so over here, so you have the ACAB graffiti. We figured out who the person doing the graffiti was, and when we confronted them, the demand we made was just to cross out the part that said, even Dinocop. ACAB, even Dinocop. A very offensive graffiti targeting you. But they crossed that out after we talked to them. Fun little touch. Okay, anything else we can do in this part of the timeline? No, okay. We need to skip forward a little bit. Okay, they're on break. I think we can use the coffee machine. Okay, so shortly he'll be on the balcony of 209. We'll have to get up there to where we can see it. Then shortly after, they'll be in the basement bathroom. I don't think we can get to these guys in time to get to the bathroom. And the bathroom, I think, is more relevant. So I think if we go up, if we identify where 209 is, then we can identify the best place to spy on it from. PC room. Okay, Steve hides here now. Do. 7, 9. Okay, from there. Party guy's room. This might work as well. This seems to be our best bet, though. Be until 8 that he arrives. Maybe I haven't found it, but let's... There is no... Sadly, there is no speed up time, so... So again, on the code front, we've got the shell of the shader done. Trying to do more for prep in between sessions so we don't stall out. I ran into the ever so fun problem of memory layout management in shaders again. Having to do things like either manually align the memory or use like padding variables and whatnot. So things like knowing that a vector 2 takes up, like, has to be on a 4-byte chunk, essentially. Well, a 16-byte chunk for 4 floats. It's, even though it's only a vector 2, 2 floats, it has to be on 4. All vectors are on 4. So if you put a vector 2 before a couple of variables, it creates a gap. Let's see a rat run by in the library there. If you find pools of rat pee, you can determine what kind of thing that rat likes to eat. And if you put that in front of the hole in the wall the rat comes out of, they'll give you a gift. About 2 seconds per minute of game time. Oof. Hello, Sky. Don't keep harassing Sherbet. He seems to be winning, bud. He seems to be winning. Yes. You are very staticky, sir. My mouse pad is an anti-static mat. So when the cats are walking by, what I'll end up doing is, scratch their back and touch the mat near the discharge cord. Okay, he should be arriving in 209. Yep, okay. I saw him passing that window there. That is the serial killer's room. He had a really good lawyer, so he got out of prison early. He's at the dinosaur convention. He's currently in the Apoblop room. He's joined them. Because being in the presence of dinosaurs means he won't be in the presence of his preferred victims. There he is. Spy on. Listen to. Trust me. This is for the good of the PPP. This event is a key part of my campaign. I know postponing my speech and staying here delays everything, but I can't leave anyway. There's a crazy cop guarding the security perimeter around the hotel, like it's the most important border in the world. Our partner is obsessed with controlling perimeters, borders, any sort of, demarcating line. And so he has set up a perimeter and he has full control of it. No, don't ask the cops to let me go. I'll look like a coward. It'll be so bad for my ratings. With the nature of their investigation, it's safer to wait. I want to make sure they arrest the terrorists that are in the hotel before they make the speech. Yes. So he is acting to frame the Dino rights movement. All right, now we need to dash down. Oh, okay, we should make it in time. I keep double-clicking the doors and slamming it in my own face. It is contraindicated for progress through the doorway to close the door on your own face. I acknowledge you, sir. I know the food bowl is empty. Once we get through this scramble, I will take a break and fill it for you. Okay, they will arrive very shortly. We'll take these wires. Should be heading here now. They should come from that direction. Yep, there they are. These are the replacement roadies who are... The actual ones got sick, and they got them on short notice, and that's... They're there because they were available on short notice, not because they're competent. I think the wires is what they wanted for their secret project. Heard you guys are looking for this bag of useful wires. What? How did you get that? Don't ask questions, just answer mine. What is your special project? Do I have to be worried about it? No, not at all. Worst case scenario, you'll get called for a noise complaint. What do you mean? Our special project is nothing illegal, Mr. Officer. It's a pure side quest, if you know what I mean. Good old fourth wall. Are you coming to sit here, Mom? I have come to call what happened there with the music getting loud as my soundboard getting mollied. Because when she crosses the soundboard, she presses buttons. Every now and then, one of the other cats will press a button crossing it, but Molly almost certainly will press several buttons, and they're often the mute this buttons. I am currently scratching Sky's ear with one hand and massaging Molly's shoulder with the other. Molly doesn't like back scratches or like ear scratches or anything like that as much as the others, but when she's laying down, she kind of likes a gentle massaging, primarily around her shoulders. Come to room 103 later tonight and we'll show you. Okay. Now we run down to the bathroom. Zoom, 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 zoom. So they'll come in here. They will, they'll check the room, but what they'll do is they'll come in, they'll lock the door, and they'll turn out the lights. And they have a bag of what is ostensibly some sort of psychotropic. The bathroom rat wants greenish, salty stuff. Okay, it won't arrive until about 11:30. A bit of texture bleed there. Or if they just missized that, yeah. So right here, there's a different strip size. So if you look right there, that texture still lines up, but we get here, this texture is a little smaller. So it's like they sized it wrong. And it overlaps, it still even overlaps the texture from the hallway here. Greenish and salty. There are a lot of food items that I don't know where you get them. Couple minutes to wait in the game. So once we have the collision shader working, we're going to start with just collision circles on everything. And go from there. It shouldn't be too difficult to do like capsules and squares. Fiddlier, but still viable. The trick with capsules is that you have effectively circles slid across a line. Like you can check collision with the ends of it, but it's distinctly possible that the collision could happen in the middle and be out of range of the ends. So there's got to be an algorithm out there somewhere I can just nab. First programming language one should learn. Ultimately, it depends on what you want to try, but I would suggest something like one of the scripting languages, your Ruby, Python. I've heard Python is reasonably easy. There are some good tools for just playing around with that kind of low commitment kind of stuff. That can give you kind of a taste. All right, we hide in here now. That was close. Yeah. The fullness circle of life. So the butcher oscillates between being like grind set business culture obsessed with his job and dropping back into an addiction, a drug addiction. Yeah, I'm thinking of dropping the meat business and dedicate my life to the fullness circle of life. I could help spread the news to others. I've been acting so erratically lately. Paco, the descendant of the T-Rex, is a chicken. Maybe you should drop the stuff. You keep changing your tune, going from the meat business is my life to I want nothing to do with the meat business anymore. When my brother gets here, he'll put some sense into you. Your brother, yeah. You're right, I need to figure my stuff out. Let's stop talking about all that emo stuff, okay? Here's your dose. I can't wait to get big. Did you hear that? I sense a dark presence. Mushrooms. Mushrooms that make you act weird. Where did you get that? The dark presence is speaking, asking a question. I'm computing the information emanating from the dark presence. Information computed. Can't say where we bought the mushrooms that make us act weird. It surely wasn't made in a scientific lab hidden in this hotel. What lab? Where is it? No lab, nowhere. Kronjaeger is making stuff up. He's out of his mind. They're not going to snitch, but you don't need them to. Just learn the scent of the mushrooms that make people act weird. Learn the scent, follow your nose. I'll just have to confiscate those. All right, guys. Don't get into any more trouble, okay? I'd have to arrest you next time. We don't get into trouble, we get into perfection. Okay, these mushrooms will lead us to the little shack. Okay, so we head out of the building towards the garden. We might miss their little side project, but I want to know what this is. Remember precisely where we found it. It was like a loose garden wall that we were able to claw through. There it is. Well, you'd think this would be where they were growing, but I guess not. All right, let's run up to room 103 and see what they're up to there. Oh, that's the freaky, not a cat. It stole the plushie that the little kid had. That got us a hat or something. Day done at the Cretaceous Hotel while I die behind the desk. Wish I could retire. We read this before, but now we have a mission to get to this. It's to be a writer. Up with the keys. No more spare keys for the butcher's room. Keeps losing them. One spare key. He took 2 when he arrived and to give one to his assistant. 2 keys to Steve's room. He has the other one. None are missing, even though he's super stressed about the idea that someone might steal one of the keys and sneak into his room. What I think? The old has-been should stop drinking so much. Their keys. If you get too close to him or run near him when he's like that, he'll wake up and yell at you. There used to be a little service bell on his desk, but we kept ringing it and waking him up until he got sick of it and took the bell away. And now we wait a little longer. I know, bud, I know. Oh, 2 o'clock, it says. I know, I know. Okay, just a moment, folks. I had good enough time as any for a quick break. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Boop. And we're back. Kitties have been fed. Sherbet's chin is cleaned off. He's not thrilled. And now we wait. Huh. Looks like the crew on his shirt was like actual 3D letters and not just a texture. Weird. There they are. Doesn't seem to be streaming. I will check that, James. I'm pretty sure I know what happened. Sigh. Wasn't paying attention. Womp womp. Pieces is the developer. Here it is, Mr. Officer. Welcome to our super special project. A party. We just need to get Kronjaeger and Paco to tell me where they buy mushrooms that make people act weird. I want to enjoy these lights. I'd rather have a sober party with you, my friend. You're right. I don't need mushrooms that make people act weird. To enjoy lights when I got a friend like you. Just wish I could quit work and party forever. Cute. Is the store over here? Wait a minute. I have a thought. Is that the smell in the laundry hamper that the maid, that we couldn't identify? The one that the maid is pushing around? Okay, let's go talk to Steve with what we have so far. Stations is linked. Postponing this for security reasons? Does it make sense to you? I guess rumors spread fast in such a small enclosed space because I didn't talk to him about my case. He probably talked to Mark during his call. Jan said Mark was crazy about his security perimeter. Yup. Maybe Mark got him scared. If that's the case, I guess postponing the speech for security reasons does make sense. said that he admires me and that I inspire him. That's surprising. When I talk to him, I feel like I have to walk on eggshells. All my leads went nowhere. I guess our little investigation just confirms that I am going crazy. Did you ever ask Jan straight up if he was the one who drugged you? It would be too hard, too emotional. Every time I see him in person, it's like something inside me calms down. I'm like, this guy can't be the evil monster I think he is. I'm starting to think he's not that bad after all until he does something wrong. Anyway, if he knows something about the draft, he will just deny it. He's a good liar. That's probably true. There's one thing we haven't tried. Maybe he does speak to you a certain way. But only you can see it, because only you are yourself. We're both raptors of similar body types. What if I dressed up as you and went to speak to him in private? Maybe then I could feel what you feel when you're with him. Really take the time to do that? I feel like you wasted enough time with me already. I want to know more about this postponing thing. It's directly linked to my case. It'll probably help me talk to him. It's really nice of you. Here are my clothes. Wow, he actually stripped down. Unexpected. Okay, when Jan is in the convention hall, we can approach him then. Okay, we're going to go up there. We're going to try to dress as Steve right away. For one, it'll be fun to see if there's special reactions that happen. Eventually, I may remember the path to get to different areas. Behold, definitely exactly the same looking as Steve. I like the implication here that there is a degree of color blindness here. What was it that we wanted to check? Okay, the maid schedule, that's right. It's until maybe 10:30-ish. The maid will head to our room soon enough. And now we wait. We got a whole bunch of investigation games queued up. Can be very fun. I kind of like this genre, this, dig around for the details and connect them. Like I said, this one's kind of light in that it's, go here, follow lead, go here, follow lead kind of pattern, as opposed to I just have a mountain of data and I try to make it into information. I would say this does lend itself to a little more gameplay, you know? Beverage. Oh, Twitch bitrate is hosed. That is the Apoblop psychologist. The one that we said Steve should try to talk to get discounted therapy. As you do. And also, James, thank you for letting me know, and welcome. I keep forgetting to greet people directly. The little claws move a bit when you swing your camera. It's like the claw that is going into the turn kind of flicks against it. Like there's a little drag, you know. Claw inertia. 7:30-ish. So that's the cameraman for the talk show in the convention. I mean, I think it's very possible, but you might sound like a dog, or at least a cartoon dog, from the perspective of the onomatopoeia of particular countries. But welcome nonetheless, Pomegranate. You know, like how either the text bark or the word or rough is often the sound dogs make in the U.S., but often in, say, like anime or manga, it will be wan, like W-A-N. That kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's at least a benign one, Pomegranate. There we go. Smells like mushrooms. She is the delivery vector for mushrooms. Strange odor. It's a smell of mushrooms that make people act weird. Seem to hint that the mushrooms were made in a secret lab. The cart smells pretty strongly. It was probably in contact with a lot of mushrooms. Maybe it was even kept in the room where they're being made. Hide in the cart and hope the maid leads you to the lab. Yeah, I do. You hide under all the dirty towels and sheets. It stinks even more than the mushrooms that make people act weird. Now you wait. Oh, can you feel it? She's there. She's pushing the cart. She doesn't seem to realize you're in it. Let's hope this leads to something. Let's hope you didn't hide under all the guest fluids for nothing. Actually said it. Right, left, and the middle one opens. Maid opened a secret passageway by turning on the washing machines in this order. Right, left, middle. That's a hat. A hat sitting on top of filthy towels. I really wouldn't have expected that like, it actually makes sense as housekeeping delivering them, you know? Smells so bad in here. Snotty Raptor, what are you doing here? How did you get in? Oh, come on, you spoke before I finished my entrance line. And you finish it during the awkward pause we just had. It smells so bad in here, I guess you have some explaining to do, Madam Maid. Sweetheart, this entrance line doesn't even make sense. Would have if you didn't cut me off midway through. I think it would have made even less sense. I didn't have English lessons as a kid. They just trained me to become a cop. Yup. From birth until now, trained to be a police officer only. So you learned to do racial and species profiling at 5? I didn't just learn that. I didn't just learn that. Anyway, this is not about me. This is about you. Explain yourself. Explain myself? About what? That junk? Look, I just have a passion for science. I wasn't pushed to pursue it as a young dino girl. My parents couldn't get me into science school. Science school. They didn't have the money. But my love for science has never faded, so during my breaks, I'm trying to learn for myself. My life is not what it could have been. Maybe, if society was fairer, I would have gotten a PhD. But now I'm stuck doing high school level experiments during my breaks. All because of society. Let's see. Your story is pretty touching. It's also very convincing. I'd be prone to believe it, but the thing is, I've met 2 bozos who were visiting the fullness circle of life, and they talked about a secret lab that sold them mushrooms that make people act weird. It's a strange thing, really. Your cart smells exactly like their mushrooms. In this room, it stinks of mushrooms that make people act weird. So tell me, is cooking mushrooms that make people act weird a high school level experiment? The story I told you, it's true. Almost. With years, I became an excellent self-taught scientist. But there's no way I'll get a legit job in science. I don't have a diploma, and the field is very rigid. Which makes sense, because, you know, the pay of a maid, it's not very good. I got 3 children to feed. So I developed a side hustle. I feel like dealing drugs doesn't... Well, most of the stuff that people call side hustles are just, I got a second job. Like, it's not a special thing. It's a job. You know, I do delivery for Uber or DoorDash every now and then. Would be kind of something on the side. But you've got a meth lab is not a side hustle. I don't do anything bad. I just sell mushrooms that make people act weird. They're not really addictive, you know? Kraniega the Butcher seems to have trouble controlling his mushroom eating habit. Alright, let's not get into the morals of it. You can't arrest me unless it's on bogus claims. See, I'm a very careful person. My mushrooms, they're not illegal. I designed them to mimic the effects of usual mushrooms that make people act weird. But they have a different synthetic composure. They're not classified as illegal. If you want to make my mushrooms illegal, you'll have to take them back to the police station, get them analyzed, and then change the law so their synthetic composure becomes considered illegal. This is actually something that's true. It's things have to be classified, and if the chemical composition of it is changed enough, it's not the same thing anymore. So you would have to actually get new legislation for it. Now, that wouldn't stop you from getting arrested, but it would give you a defense that this isn't the thing that you say it is. I'm sure there are attempts at like catch-all laws, though. Take a long time, and it'll be tedious. Don't think my colleagues would like me to bring them such a complicated case. Do you sell any to humans? No. In that case, they won't care. They might even like what you're doing. Oh, okay. He works for the CIA, then. And you don't care about arresting the maid of this hotel for this either. I see it, inside you. You're not a bad guy even though you were designed to be a cop. The scientists who made you, they cause way more suffering than me. And they operate in all legality, with the best tools and everything. No dinosaur should have been created for the sole reason to become a cop dinosaur. Every dinosaur has the right to grow up and become what it wants to be. Like, the idea that they have, like, oh, we don't want to have to deal with policing those people. We'll get one of those people to be a cop and send them in instead. Like, it's the extra layer of we made one to do that. Anyway, sorry for getting so deep. It's probably hard for you to think about this stuff. Yeah, it's talking extensively about the fact that he is essentially an actively engineered individual, socially and potentially genetically. Seems to mess with him a bit. You know, maybe I can even be useful to you. The forensic labs of the police, they're extremely biased against dinosaurs. If you ever have to get some evidence analyzed independently, I could do it for you. We were looking for somebody that could analyze the meat. In exchange, you don't talk about me in my lab. You already know the code to open the secret door to the lab. I'll give you a key to the laundry room. Excellent. Sack of meat. Can I do anything for you? I need to know what's in this bag. Bringing me a stinker. This meat ends up being human. I've never seen this bag, okay? Step of the evaluation is the cot or sup hello test. I don't know what the first part is referencing, but you know, what's up, hello. Okay, then we put it through the Brazak Padak Bok Bok protocol. Okay, it's just gibberish. See, interesting, really. Another round, really? One last confirmation. What about the Prada levels, then? I see. Well, the story of this meat bag is pretty sad. This is the body of a young chicken who was killed by stabbing pretty recently. The test results show he was around the hotel when it happened. Okay, so in the bathroom when they're doing mushrooms, I think it's Paco mentions like, "Hey, I can't wait for my brother to show up. He'll set you right." And Kron Jaeger says, "Yeah, your brother." I wonder if the implication is that they shanked his brother in order to frame the activist. He had a family and loved ones. They're looking for him. I can feel their sorrow transpire. You're 100% sure this is not human meat? Yes. Body of a chicken who is stabbed to death, and this chicken is loved and is missed. I got to ask Paco if he heard about his brother. Yeah. He was supposed to join him at the convention shortly after I arrived here, but he probably couldn't get in because of the security perimeter. Hopefully this isn't his body. Where is... Paco is normally with Kronjaeger. He's currently in the dining room. Let's see if we can catch him there. Maid costume. Nope, bathrobe. Dining room for a little longer. How to deal with them, I wonder. Wait, it's... No, Conrad is the dishwasher. That is Paco. Okay, we go to the basement bathroom and hide out again. Wait there for a moment. Wait there for a few minutes. Do. On the coding front, the next thing that we're probably going to do after we get collision working again, and assuming that the performance is okay, should be the full frame. Yeah. Uh-huh. This guy was walking to the left and kicked something over and gave me that little, hey, I knocked something over chirp. He has hopped up on my headrest and is laying down behind my neck, getting some back scratches. But the next thing on the coding front, after we get the collision in place, is to revisit getting the room maps generated. And the pattern for that was to create an image that either has all of the collidable surfaces filled in, or that only has walkable surfaces filled in. And then run that through a shader to create the second part of it, which is a flow map of effectively push away from those walls. Which should give us a way to say if the player would be touching this, instead push them back towards the player until, or to their original point of origin, until they would not be colliding. We'll need to find a way to do that efficiently, but it shouldn't be too bad, since we would be working on like pixel units. We just want to mitigate the number of pixels we might have to check to detect the collision. Again, there might be an existing algorithm out there for saying, this is the wall kind of thing. The rat has peed on the floor. It will shortly probably run across the camera in this direction, back to the hole in the wall. But once we have that collision map created, we'll have a secondary map that is essentially a draw straight lines towards the center of the screen. And that becomes the path to the player. Actually, yeah, we could use that in combination with the others and say, overlay this on top. If the spot you're moving to would be a colliding spot, we have the vector straight back to its original to follow. Ideally, it would be iterating over that cleanly. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. But once we have that, we'll have collision for the player and their projectiles, as well as what should amount to flocking movement for the enemies. Not perfect yet, because they would still be able to overlap with each other, but it should allow us to have very low computation movement. Just, this is the direction you're moving in, this is your speed. We just consult the chart, essentially. And if we want to avoid collision with other enemies, then we make a third chart each frame. It just becomes how can we do this with maximum efficiency kind of thing. I think we'll already have a lot of that data. So with collision, we're keeping track of the position of all enemies. If we have that marker, then we can go through and for each enemy create an image. So we will have, this is a collision, this is the collection of entity positions. There goes the rat. This very briefly visible there. So we'd be able to do something like output a bitmap that is just the positions of the enemies. The trick will be making sure that it's emptied each time. But if the buffer is set up that way, it should be emptied each time. We just consult it. We'll have to be cautious. We want to make sure that we're not creating arrays every time, that the buffer's memory space remains constant. Otherwise, it will start to fragment the process memory, and that kind of thing can result in a leak. Not with certainty, but it can. But that would give us another layer of vectors that say push away from where this enemy is. So you'd take the wall collision one that would say do not move into the walls. Then you would take the one that you can center on an entity, in this case the player, which shows this is the vector path to the center of this. So we would offset it accordingly. The player is at this position, you are at this position. What is the vector to the player? I mean, that one's not really necessary, but it is probably a little faster. 6 one way, half a dozen the other. But more importantly is the combination of them. So we'll have to see. But then if we have a radiating push away from this entity of some size, like we could have when it's generating the... Oh, here they come. Don't collide with an entity. It does it out to like the radius or shape. Fullness of life, spread the word, meet business. When my brother gets here, he'll put some sense into you. Your brother, yeah. That's a load-bearing ellipses there. Ron Yeager gets weirder than me when he eats mushrooms, even though he's way bigger. Doesn't make sense. Maybe they're more potent on dinosaurs? I don't have a key point there. Okay, maybe we can find him in the conference in the morning. I suspect we might not be able to interact with him when he's high. Check our timetable. Okay, back up to the room, skip to morning, use coffee to hop forward to the convention. They're all in the conference room around the same time. We'll talk to Jan first. Actually, maybe Paco, because that's an interesting narrative beat there. So I think what we're probably going to find out is that Jan or a minion associated with or working with Jan's handlers killed Paco's brother in order to create fake human meat, and then made a call to the police to find the quote human meat that was planted in Carmen's room, turning Carmen from an activist into a terrorist and removing a active voice against Jan. coffee. Timeline says a little before 11. Before 11. Let's go to 10:30. Okay, off to the conference hall. Saving our way through. Ron Yeager's booth. Meat grease. Okay, they're starting to flow in now. Smell of donuts. You get to see them snap into position once they arrive where they're going. They'll kind of fade out from where they're standing and then fade in. Is Jan already there? He is. Let's just talk to him then. What's up, Steve? You need to talk? Door is always open for you. Come grab a drink tonight. I'm super busy, but 9:30 to 1. Nice, okay. Learn about the benefits of brontosaurus meat over chicken meat? What are the benefits? Brontosaurus meat is not only tastier, but it also contains far more nutrients than chicken meat. Chicken meat smells like human meat, which creates confusion and enables the human meat black market. The brontosaurus meat market has a policy of only using brontosauruses born with manufacturing defects. Oof. We don't do that with chickens. Perfectly healthy chickens are killed for food. It's a bit hypocritical. My lived experience doesn't make me hypocritical. It makes me more sensitive to the nuances of the meat industry. We have to be realistic. People will always eat meat. I work from a harm reduction perspective. Which type of meat consumption is the least damaging to society? I believe brontosaurus meat is the answer. Where were you at 10:45? Guessing I was here, just coming back from using the inner courtyard phone. My brother is supposed to join us later today, so I called my mom to check if he was on his way. He has a tendency to be really late. According to my mom, he was up and running, so it was a quick call. About 2 minutes. Didn't see anyone waiting after me. Did you hear from your brother? No, it's getting weird. He's usually late, but not that late. Forgot to tell you, nobody can get in or out of the hotel since I arrived. My partner set up a security perimeter, because we're working on a special case. My partner, he's really passionate about security perimeters. He won't budge. There's no chance your brother could get in. really do work... What? I really do work hard at the convention. Never realized. Kron Yeager, you knew about the perimeter? You didn't tell him? Oh, I'm so dumb. I didn't realize Mark's security perimeter would keep your brother from coming in. You should really slack the stuff, man. You've been off these last few days. Maybe your brother just went back to his place? He lives with my mom, and I speak with my mom every day. He's not with her. He was supposed to arrive a bit after you arrived. Just a bit later that night. Oh. I think my brother is missing. I had strange dreams. I think something happened to him. Yeah, all right. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but yeah, I could help you find him in this sack of meat. It's weird to ask, but do you have something that smells like him? It could help me track him down. You use your snout so much, Mr. Officer. Some would think you're more a dog than a dinosaur. But yeah, I do. This is his favorite baseball cap. He forgot it last week when he came to my place to watch the game. It smells exactly like my mom's secret laundry detergent. The memories it brings back. I never wore clothes, but my brother, he loved the feeling of textiles on his feather. That detergent smells exactly like him. Keep me in the loop. Hopefully you'll find him. Be in my room until you can give me some updates. I don't think I can handle people right now. The cap Paco just gave you doesn't smell like the meat that was in the bag. That doesn't mean that's not his brother's body in there. They removed the clothes and plucked the feathers before putting the body in the bag. Gruesome. Let's hope you can find out more following the scent of the detergent. Secret laundry detergent. Did you miss anything crazy, casemate? Well, okay, so we tracked down the we found somebody who could analyze the meat. It's chicken meat, not human meat. But the thought is that it's actually Paco's brother who was killed outside of the hotel. We're looking to be able to prove that. From the looks of it, what we have is... So Jan Zero is delaying his speech because he wants to wait until the terrorists are caught. The implication is that Paco's brother was killed to create chicken meat. Chicken meat smells like human meat, and they planted it in Carmen's room. There's something that makes it so she can't smell it. But you can smell it through the door. Then somebody makes a call to get the police here because of supposed trade in human meat. We've been investigating. We find that. And it seems like Jan Zero is involved. So I'm guessing that either the party behind him and or he are involved in trying to get the dino rights activists discredited and removed. Okay, Jan 0 and 209 late at night. We are currently wearing Steve's clothes. And despite the fact that we are a green raptor instead of a yellow, Jan 0 is like, oh, that must be Steve because he's wearing Steve's outfit. Okay, so we find the base. We find where the source of the Paco's brother's smell is, and then we take that evidence back. So we do that. Yeah, things are increasingly intense in this. There's a garbage can out that way. Paco's clothes in a dumpster near the hotel. At some point, that chicken crossed the security perimeter by himself or with Mark's permission. Why didn't Paco ever see his brother in the hotel? Did Paco's brother ever get into the hotel? Welcome back, Roman. We are now investigating the potential murder and conversion into chicken meat of the brother of one of the people in the hotel. Spip would have told Paco if he had seen his brother, right? Why were the clothes thrown away? Combined with what Sophie told us, that smells like bad news. Chicken we found in Carmen's room, chances are that it was Paco's brother. But why? Let's ask Mark about this. He was there the whole time, watching the perimeter. At some point he must have seen that chicken. The way he stands, he must have an enormous belt buckle under that vest. Found the clothes of a missing chicken in the dumpster. Missing chicken? Missing chicken? How do you know this chicken is missing? Are you supposed to search for human meat at the Dino Convention? Not for a missing chicken? Yeah, Mark is terrible, Roman. He really is. Don't be dismissive. Listen to me. This is about the case. Dismissive? I'm not being dismissive. You come here with your alarming tone, talking about a missing chicken, like something bad happened to that chicken. I just have emotions. Why are you upset about something like that? We're cops. We're used to making grimy discoveries. It's kind of problematic to intrinsically link police with grimy discoveries, you know? I have no idea, Roman. Not familiar with a Dinocop from the earlier console era. Mark isn't high, he's just a bad person. Mark, get serious. That chicken was supposed to join his brother at the hotel around 6 p.m. the night of our arrival. He couldn't have crossed the security perimeter unless you let him, or were slacking. I know you're never slacking when it comes to security perimeters. Maintaining borders is your calling. You were born for it. Everybody knows that about you. You always talk about it. Even if borders are my calling, maybe... this is hard to say. Maybe sometimes I let people cross without realizing. So you made the mistake of letting this chicken pass the security perimeter. And now his clothes are in a dumpster right next to you. And you can't tell me anything to help my investigation? There are a lot of people in this hotel. They come, they go, throw trash all the time. Can't keep track of everyone throwing trash. Well, you should. It's your job. We need all the evidence we can get. Also, did you also let a Diplodocus-sized garbage truck go through without noticing? Where are Steve and Brandon? Why is my emergency button not working? What are you saying? Nothing. Oh. It's... Okay, this is implying that Mark is in on something. Why is my emergency button not working? Dinocop is on to us. Let me make a call. A chicken is missing. We need backup. This just turned into a missing chicken investigation. He's acting erratically. Is he going to call for backup, or is he trying to get the case away from you? Give it to other agents. Prevent him. Mark, stop. If you don't stop, I'll have to stop you myself. Don't want to hurt you. I just knew it was going to end this way. Having a dinosaur co-worker. What a crazy idea. They have sharp teeth, claws. How stupid are we? How arrogant. We should just kill them all. Put them in the same zoo and nuke it. Okay, Mark, I don't want to hurt you, but you can't get in that car. I'll get in that car if I want to get in that car. You stupid giant killer lizard. The keys. Stay there. Don't move. You let me go. And you get your nose out of this case. Give you more instructions next time we see each other. Follow my orders. Everything will turn out okay for both of us. You understand? Don't do anything stupid. If you don't, your life will never be the same. When I'm out of sight, you get out of here. You go back home. You sleep. Watch a movie. I don't care. But you never talk about this. Okay? Yeah. Okay. There is an active plot to some guy in the trunk for some reason. Yeah, so we have the police are in on this now. Get me out of here. Why didn't you shout for help earlier? You might understand when I get out. Trunk is locked. Keys fell in the sewer. You Paco's brother? No, they killed him. You already knew, right? Who are they? I have a hard time breathing. Claustrophobic. This is hell. I'll tell you all about it if you get me out. And that sewer drain. Looks like it connects somewhere into the basement. Yum. Maybe? Okay, we need to convince the rat. Particular time, the rat will come out, leave the urine puddle, and tell us... Okay, it was green and slightly salty. And is an object we can take. Can't take any of the food given to us in a meal. I'm just gonna yeet green stuff at it. I don't think cucumbers are salty, and I think this is just lettuce, but... I think lettuce would be slightly salty. It is weirdly shaped for lettuce. Not that. Carrots. Tomatoes. Basement. Green-ish and salty. Yeah. This is just a straight-up puzzle moment. Wasn't this? Sore blood. Carrot soup. Meat grease. Brontosaurus meat and bones. just gonna try not to eat any of this time. What could it be? Supposed to be something up there. Oh, okay. I guess while I'm in here, we'll drop off all this trash in the janitor's room. Oh, we got some money. I think it would have to be in the cafeteria. Here. Is that greenish? Can't pick that up. Not cucumbers. Can't pick up the salad. Worth a try. Talk to the chef and maybe have them give me something. Is one with the music as he cleans. Talking about Brontosaurus meat politics. Would it be? Anybody think of a food that would fit that? Especially one we've seen? Greenish and slightly salty. Like if there are pickles around, that might be a thing. I don't know what smelling salty is like. No, we didn't see anything remotely. As the food influencer, a triceratops that talks about how a carnivore diet is kind of the way to go. You might have helped me turn my week around. Yep, Adora here thinks we're Steve as well. This is the one that's like orange and cheese. Which I think would be cheese puffs, but... that will advance time. Weird memories, filled with the presence of two bozos that smelled like meat. In the garden outside. Oh, that's new. Get into the trunk of the car. Oof. Things here. Wonder when or if anybody comes. Yeah. That's why. Because in getting the sweater, that might have led us here. Is follow Pat's scent to this location where their sweater was buried. Okay. So there's that. Forgot this is another way to skip ahead. Essentially, you can kind of jump ahead to when when the people involved, or at least the ones that you are spying on, when they move to the next location. Interesting little pathing diversion there. Interesting. There's an unknown smell this way. Oh, Paco's room. Potato chips. No. No, 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 no. Your eyes, I can see it in your eyes. Why? Didn't deserve this. Sorry, Paco. I'm so sorry. Something really wrong going on here. I don't totally understand yet, but I'll find out who's behind this. Expose them and avenge your brother. Once again, the story is getting heavier. Like, Mom, she'll never recover. They lived together, you know? He was her rock. You'll be here for her, Paco. I know you can. These fried pickle chips. It was our favorite food. We ate it all the time playing Sonic Adventure 2 and Garbanzo 3. Not aware of anything called Garbanzo, but Sonic Adventure 2 was a thing, wasn't it? I don't know. Life will be so weird without him. Was there never a Sonic Adventure 2 and they're implying a future thing? Have some pickle chips. They will guide you towards justice. Yeah, greenish and slightly greenish and salty. For you to find those monsters and make them stop the harm they're causing. I thought that was from Sonic Adventure in general, though. It's like City Escape or something like that is the song. Yeah, I wouldn't know precisely. Ah, okay. Pickle chip. I like that he actually has a rat-shaped face. The longer and kind of often like slightly up-curved snout. Now, do you mean Sonic, like the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog? Well, there were 2 Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons. There was one that was way lower production value, and one that was more akin to the Archie comics. I like the Archie comics one. Not the initial couple episodes. The initial couple episodes very much had that. They were definitely pilot episodes. My dude, why are you so cool? Why are you so nice? Are the chips a lure? Do you want to eat us? You shouldn't eat us. We taste... We're full of bacteria. If you're really desperate to eat us, is it the apocalypse? I just wanted to be nice. I don't want to eat any of you. I just wanted to be nice. The rats are kind of like little puzzle side quest things. This one seems to be plot necessary because we need what's in the sewer there. But one of them, like, wanted a donut. How could we pay him back? Maybe there are some cool gifts in the sewers. Let's go see if we can find anything. But yeah, Tess, as you have noted before, it's really rare to find a cute, relatively clean-looking representation of rats in a lot of games and media. They're usually kind of like mangy, diseased-looking, even if they're not like hostile. Yeah. There's one that like the animation is low quality. It's very much like young kids' humor. It's also where they have like a hyper fixation on Sonic liking chili dogs. That persists in other iterations, of course. That's actually like canonically true of Sonic. But it is a core factor in the very, very, very young kids Saturday AM one. The sewers, we found keys to a police car. Oh, the keys to a police car. Useful to flirt at the bar. You can just show them and people will think you're so cool. Well, everybody hates cops. That's true. Maybe we should go back to the sewer and try to find a better present. No, this is a great present. Just what I needed. You like cops? Maybe he doesn't like cops, but he knows he'll get the chance to go full-blown GTA on the town if he finds the car those belong to. Yeah, casemate, yeah. I remember watching both of them essentially within the same general time frame, and that one aggravated me because of the presence of the other one. It would be so cool. Such a cool thing to do for such a cool guy. Thank you for the fried pickle chips, sir. Enjoy going full-blown GTA on the town. Bye-bye. given the way the narrative is going, I could totally see some sort of like high-speed police chase or something like that being the culmination of this story. Well, there you go. So much. Oh, okay. Yes, Casemate, the Archie Comics one actually leaned into the concept that Robotnik was trying to take over the world, and at least why the idea of converting the animals into robots. You even had a couple of characters, like a main character in the story, had been like half converted before rescued. So like one of her arms and legs were fully like cyborg at that point. Early on in the plot, in the first night, a guy like, dressed in the ghost sheet rushes you and beats you unconscious. Apparently this is that guy in the back of the police car. So again, an indicator of the rest of the police, probably the human, of course the human police, are in on this, and we're trying to get Dinocop to back off or fail. Did you squash the ghost? No, about why I didn't shout for help when I heard you come around earlier before Mark ran away. I was the ghost. I beat you up. Mark told me that if I cried for help, he would just tell you he arrested your attacker. He'd look like a hero and I'd be in even more trouble. You'd take your revenge or something. So you're the one who attacked me? Yeah, but I'm only a pawn in this whole scheme. You're also a pawn, but you don't know it. Maybe you're starting to realize. I don't have all the details. Mark, he was very secretive. Whoever he's working for must be paying well. Here's what I know. Around 6 p.m. on the night of your arrival, I had to get you out so you wouldn't interfere with the plan. Maybe I enjoyed clubbing you a bit too much, and I'm sorry, but it's not every day you get paid to beat up a cop. Yeah, Casemate, I could absolutely see the main character in this having kind of a Jack Sparrow voice. Because some of the conversations have that kind of slightly delirious in general feel to them. When I was done, I came back here, and Mark, he was hiding behind his car. He had just killed a chicken, yep. And it wasn't a food chicken, it was a good old regular citizen chicken. I knew it right away because he was big. His body could have been mistaken for the body of a human child. I started freaking out. I didn't know murder was going to be involved. So Mark, he threatened me with the knife, tied me up, and put me in the trunk. At first sight, Mark looks like your average human, but there's a demon inside him, Maybe, anyway, we got to find out who's in charge. I know he's staying at the hotel because Mark slipped and said it once. Something utterly sketchy is going on. I don't have any detective skills, but you managed to get all this way and uncover all this? You're good, I can tell. So maybe you can make something out of one small little detail. The ghost costume. I don't know who sewed and glued it together, but it smells weird. I think it's the glue that person used. I don't even know how to describe it. This isn't much help on my end, but I can do something else. While you continue your search, I'll watch the security perimeter. I can do it. I'm a strong guy. That's why they hired me for beating you up. Let's stop talking about it. There's another smell nearby. There is definitely a little bit of a, what would I call it? A, not a primary English speaker vibe to some of the dialogue, but there's still that sort of like, how do you put it? The social mores and the conversational conventions of the dinosaurs are very different. Yellow and sticky. Okay, that rat wants honey. While we're at it. Well, in theory, he might want this candy. Oh, okay. Apparently you just yeet the candy, even with the drop, you know? All the way down here. Hey, Conrad. Bathing after a long shift of washing dishes. Looks completely indifferent to you. So that's honey we can smell. It is under here. We run around this way. There was a fence with a damaged part that we were able to bash down, which lets us jump into the water and swim over here. Like, wade over here. Break the hive, grab some honey. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Is there a way for us to get out of this problem without having to reload? Because that would suck. I think we're actually stuck again. Is there a way for us to get out of this? Because there isn't any sort of like click action on most of these. See, if there was a jump key, you could wiggle out of this, but this is your classic, you know, a chest-high wall or lower can block you. All right. Is there a way for us back out of this? Hoping for something that would move So the problem being is this will reset us all the way back. 3 minutes ago. Okay. There was a save point. How far back do we lose? We've got the key, we've got the chips. He is standing guard. Oh, thank God. And we have the scent of the glue. Whew. It's not as bad as what happened last time. There are various circumstances where you can get stuck in world geometry. We had one where we did the watch this person until they leave, but in doing so, we jumped the time forward to where somebody else sat in the chair that we were using. So we were blocked in. In theory, we might have been able to wait until they left. Okay, we're just gonna walk carefully. Do. Okay, okay. That would have been real frustrating if it set us back to the last morning. It's not like it's irrecoverable, but... Why are you so cool? Why are you so nice? Here's a gift. Soda cans are your basic kind of collectibles in this. Okay. Okay, we follow the glue smell. Actually, we're going to de-lock it, and we are going to find that smell. We'll still be able to get to, okay, room 209. We are still within the time frame to talk to Jan. Have a seat, Foozer. Yep. We're gonna go with the pattern that we don't want that music to be audible. And the papers, just have to check some details for the speech. Let's go out the delay. It's not, why do you care? It's not like you have to be somewhere else. You know I hate hotels. We all gotta do things we hate from time to time. Anyway, you can't leave now, and it has nothing to do with me. A crazy cop is guarding a security perimeter around the hotel. Like it's the only thing he has in his life. Nobody can get in or out. Is that why you're postponing your event? Look, there's an investigation going on right now. I won't tell you all the details because I don't want you to alarm everyone by shouting them in every corridor when you get drunk later. But it's serious. I have to postpone my speech for security reasons. Please, really, keep this quiet. If you start gossiping about this, it could undermine the investigation. Be back. I need to use the restroom. I feel like I should be able to get up and move, given this. Yeah, it popped me loose. Notes for a speech? You've never seen such a poor handwriting. It's barely readable. You think you can make out the words safety and terrorism, but you're not sure. Yep. So the goal seems to be, with aid from outside groups, including the police, to frame the dinosaur rights movement and have them very publicly arrested during the dinosaur rights conference so that they can springboard off of this and say that's why we need the better dinosaurs, less dinosaurs, better dinosaurs ones. It was a good one, much needed. Gross. He's washing his hands. Quick, get back to the chair. Actually have something important to tell me, or just want to gaze into each other's eyes like gay lovers. Never told anyone, that you are gay. I just don't know why you hide it these days. Who knows, maybe coming out could reinvigorate your career. The woke kids, they love that queer stuff. I still find it weird, but I'm old. Oh... Okay, yeah, they're reinforcing he's that kind of politician. I'll leave you to your notes and your speech, Jan. Thanks for your time. Okay, we have a limited amount of time while he's in the bathroom to check by the bed, which is where we get the glue smell. That's pretty much it. That's the critical path. So we run back to our bedroom, we rest till morning, then we use the coffee to time skip as close to this as we can. Always get turned around on these stairs. This is my personal playlist. I usually don't have game music playing because I've had too many streams claimed by arbitrary rights holders and YouTube's weird content ID hiccups. So I just play my own stuff. It is nice and relaxing, though. Really changes the tone of action-y games. You know, zoom our way over here. Okay, you need the mug initially to use it, but you don't have to equip the mug each time. Alright, now we need to get to 9-ish before we can do anything with that. Yeah. The minute she gets behind the counter, she starts making her laps around to serve the tables. I like how a salad is just a couple of giant leaves with a sprinkling of, like, cherry tomatoes. It's that classic, I think this is what dieting is kind of salad. Here to Jan's room. Dude, look at me when we speak. Stop acting like a kid. You know I'm busy. Same conversation, so I'm just zipping through it here. There we go. Button under there. Press the button. Neat. Reeks of the same weird glue smell that was coming from the ghost costume. Fabric glue, fancy suit, adjust and repair. Fabric, the glue that was used. That is the inner courtyard phone, inexpertly cleaned. Key to Carmen's room where he could okay, and a bribe to Kronjaeger. Okay, yeah, it's everything. Something is off in here. It's starting to shake. You need to stay calm. Go back to your seat and wait for him to come out of the bathroom. We have the bribe to Kronjaeger. We have the ghost costume construction stuff. We have the key to Carmen's room such that he was able to plant the meat. Look worried. What's up? It was you, right? Me? Jan? Yeah. I was and I am Jan, your oldest friend. I didn't change my name at 20 years old like you did. Are you back on drugs? You can't be on drugs during your performance, you know. You didn't want me to get drafted. I figured it out years ago. I'm just unsure when and where you slipped me the steroids. Oh, I left it going. We have the kind of slow jazz with occasional like stinger moments going in the game. So a not uncommon thing that you run into as far as copyright claims is rights holding groups. So the entirety of Undertale and Deltarune, any video like that will get claimed without some sort of like corporate lawyer prior intervention kind of stuff. Additionally, like remixes of songs can cause weird like false claims where that person's video is listed as the one that is where your music is from, but the reason that the claim happened was actually the rights holder kind of further behind that, so it just muddies the waters. And then you have people lying. My God, Foozer, you're so pathetic. You're still thinking about this? Nobody cares. It's irrelevant. I'm working on real stuff now. Things that are going to change the course of history. Not sports. Sometimes I forget how dumb you are. Of course it was me. You weren't strong-willed enough to become the first dinosaur drafted in the MLB. Sure, you had the skills, but the character? You would have made a fool out of yourself. First dinosaur player drafted in the MLB couldn't be a bust. I always thought it was an unsaid agreement we had. I saved you from becoming a joke. Are you delusional? I was a hero. Suddenly everyone saw me as a cheater, a fraud. I felt like I personally betrayed each and every dinosaur. I became a joke because you stole this dream from me. Yes, the childish, mocking repetition going. Look, Foozer, it was always going to be me, not you. What are you talking about? We're not in competition. We both could have had great careers. You're naive, foosball opus Sandro. You don't understand the mechanics of this world. Leave it alone. I won. You need me. Everyone else thinks you're a clown. If you come out with your story, nobody will believe you. Foosball opus Sandro is a cheater and a liar. Jan Zero is about to become the first elected dinosaur politician. We don't play in the same leagues. A sports metaphor. Your little brain can understand it, right? I'll leave you to your notes and your speech. Thank you for letting me in. Good boy. I knew you'd understand. So, previously when we were talking to him, he did the whole like, oh, when we talked about Steve slash Foos in front of him, it was the whole like, oh, he's an inspiration to me. Like, oh, we can see how he's grown and changed. But Foosball knew about Jan before that, and it was that a very narcissistic personality, a very I will use people. Yes. So apparently the implication is that dinosaurs are a bit colorblind because, Steve is yellow. But since we're wearing his outfit, everybody's like, well, that's clearly Steve. Like, even the bartender thought we were Steve. Okay, we have pretty much everything now. We should be able to go to Carmen's room. Jaeger's room. No, we found Carmen's key, which was like, isn't it like 202? Okay, we go talk to Steve now. We save in the lobby as we're passing, in case I get wedged on a stair or something. I feel like you could always use a politician as doing something evil for personal gain. And it is like an entirely believable plot hook and motivation. Like, why did he do evil in that? Well, he was a politician. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter what the evil was. Steve without his outfit. Look like you've just seen a ghost. Steve, Jan did it. He doped you. All those years, I thought it was crazy. Turns out I wasn't. Stole more than half my life. Why didn't I trust my instincts? Deep down, I knew it was him. How could I be this stupid? Don't blame yourself. It seems Jan is a particularly dangerous manipulator. I found evidence in his room. I think he's also behind Paco's brother's death. What are you talking about? Jan murdered someone? Who's Paco's brother? He was a chicken, but not a food chicken. He was supposed to arrive at the hotel at 6 p.m. All right, this is the... Do you have all the details? But he never made it past the security perimeter, and it wasn't because he got turned away, but because Mark killed him. So Jan didn't kill anyone? How was he involved? My case wasn't about a chicken at first, it was about human meat. We were patrolling in the car. Mark was complaining about people not wanting to work anymore. Then he made a degrading comment about a chick standing on the sidewalk. Look at that hot chick. Maybe we could find a reason to arrest her. Then we received a radio message. Our introduction to Mark does not reflect well on Mark. Informed us the anonymous call. The caller was said there was a dino convention happening there and that a member brought human meat. Didn't identify himself. He said he was scared of getting caught calling the police. Raymond, the vegetarian menace, saw a suspicious dinosaur using the inner courtyard phone around 10:30. Raymond, the vegetarian menace, is the serial killer whose primary target were like tall, stocky, blonde men. Make sure Jan made the call because of the crudely wiped phone with the same detergent that he had in the room. Though effectively we're saying, well, he had a bottle of Windex. Oh, hey there, Drew. Welcome. Found a bottle of Brachiosaurus Sol 5000 in his room, and the inner courtyard phone was sloppily wiped clean using this product. He knew that Paco's brother was on his way and that their plan could be put into action. The call was made before the murder? How does that make sense? It was a setup. They wanted to frame Carmen with the possession of human meat by planting chicken meat in her room. You are joining us for the portion of this game where it seems like the detective reveals the actual details of the crime based on what you found. It's not like hard as in difficult investigation, but this is the part where it's like, did you actually pay attention? Did you internalize what you heard and saw? The meat was supposedly at the hotel before the murder. Nobody would link Paco's brother's disappearance to this case. Plus, that gives them an alibi for Paco's brother's disappearance. They were at the hotel when it happened. It's not really a solid alibi for Mark. He was alone at the security perimeter. Mark didn't need a strong alibi. Higher-ups in the precinct are probably in on this. For their plan to work, they needed something to sell Paco's brother to them. Oh, Kronjaeger. He's Paco's best friend. He knew at what time Paco's brother was supposed to arrive. And we know that Kronjaeger was aware of the fate of Paco's brother. Or at least we can infer that based on his reaction to Paco's brother being talked about. My guess is he sold this info to Jan in hopes of eventually getting a political favor from him. In his room, I found part of his business plan. It says he wants to make a deal with Jan to eliminate the useless regulations that control the Brontosaurus meat industry. Selling to Paco's brother was a way for Kronjaeger to get close to Jan. Jan had the big bag of cash that smelled the same as the one in Kronjaeger's room. The dirty money they both had smelled the same. For sure, at one point they made a deal. You could have caught the murderer. You were there and you were investigating. It's a big risk to commit a murder under the eyes of an investigator. That's not you could have accusation. That is, you could have caught them in the process. That was risky. They hired somebody to take me out at the time of the murder. The random guy disguised as a ghost. A ghost who was basically a random guy under a sheet that Jan had made into a really elaborated costume. Jan has always been a good seamster. Their deal with, and that is emphasized by Jan having the tailor's mannequin there, tweaking his own outfits. His very Alexander Hamilton kind of outfit that he is wearing. The deal with that guy turned sour when he realized murder was involved. Mark locked him in the trunk of our police car, and I found him there not too long ago. He's currently guarding the security perimeter. After the murder, while I was still out, they planted the meat in Carmen's room. Even if human meat and chicken meat smell the same, it would have come out eventually that this wasn't human meat. You do have the opportunity to arrest Carmen, and I think you have the opportunity to send it to the police station. Or at least, she says if you send it to the police station, I'm done. They were hoping I would report my findings directly to Mark. He would have arrested Carmen on the spot and brought the meat directly to the police station. Maybe he expected to lose the meat afterwards or to falsify the lab report. They didn't expect me to show the bag to Sophie the maid, the chemist / mushroom drug dealer in the secret room behind the laundry room. Secret lab hidden in the hotel. Turns out she's a self-taught scientist. She analyzed the meat and confirmed it was not human. Amazing detective work. What are Jan's motives, though? I understand the objectives of the police. They get a subversive figure behind bars, and by making Jan complicit, he's now under their grip. They can ask him for favors. But why would Jan put himself in such a vulnerable situation? Wants to spin the narrative about this in some way. His speech, he keeps postponing it until the case is over. He needs Carmen to be arrested. Many dinosaurs don't like Jan because he collaborates with humans. Humans are afraid to vote for a dinosaur. Jan needs to revamp his image or there's no chance he'll get elected. So this is the... by speaking out against radical terrorists, that gives him a kind of a universal appeal. That negates the big voice against his campaign that is undermining him, and again gives him something that he can stand on that will have mass appeal. Yeah, dinosaurs like Carmen are too radical, and Jan is an actual voice of reason. I'd say, I like dinosaurs like Jan Zero. They'll protect me against the other scary bad dinosaurs. the radicals that had human meat. Dinosaurs might go, I want to be seen as part of the good ones, like Jan. And it's, I want to be part of the good ones because they're going to be instituting income-based population controls, which will inevitably turn into, a bureaucratically controlled who actually has enough income kind of thing. Gotta stop him. We can't go to other cops. We can't risk leaving the hotel or Jan will notice something's off and call for backup. Surprised Mark hasn't ordered a raid of the hotel yet. He probably went into hiding because he failed to accomplish his part of the plan. How could we expose them to the public before they realize we're on to them? The place in the middle where we might join each other but maybe not, the talk show. What? It's live every day on TV and it's filmed here at the hotel. Dinosaurs from all over the country watch it. You could hijack the set, use the show to call out Jan and his accomplices. If I do that, the moderator will just cut to a break and kick me out. That's what he does every time someone says something out of line. He only does that when people say something that can get him fined, like swearing or hate speech. Or if you're boring and don't make a good show. He loves when people make a good show. So we have to be all sensationalist talk show with, like, Jerry Springer, if everybody still remembers that. Is that still going? I could see it being something that's still going because it's easy to just completely manufacture the sort of drama that it thrives on. You showing Jan's true nature to everyone will make an amazing show. This is not such a crazy idea. Jan won't be able to call for help while you're being filmed. If he tries anything after, the dinosaurs in the crowd will rise up and protect you long enough for you to escape. Take back your clothes and let's do this. You can keep the glasses and the wristband. I have spares. The sunglasses and the wristband kind of work in a way. Played a huge part in this. Don't let anyone tell you you're a useless has-been. You're gonna make me cry. We'll take off the glasses because they clip funny, but we'll keep our, very 90s punk ornamentation. Oh, it's this way. I'm sure there are filters for that. Putting little hats on cats. Some animals will tolerate that kind of thing. With cats, you got to be careful because their whiskers are real sensitive. I'll occasionally see videos of people putting helmets on them and whatnot, and that can't feel good. Cat whiskers are sensory organs, Save the game. Make sure you saved the game. Not a detective hat. But that is there's also just the nature of, be aware of the animal, because a lot of animals will just shake a hat off like Stop that. That doesn't feel good, you know? Balcony, protesting, participating. That's about 2 o'clock. Oh, absolutely, Key. Absolutely. Just commenting on a frequent propensity of people to try to do something to their pet for views, you know? It's one thing when those pet videos are just the cat did something silly, or I've seen some where they put up like lightweight obstacles in a hallway and watch how the animals navigate them. That can be fine. I've seen some where they scare the daylights out of the animal, and it's don't do that. That's traumatizing. Participate nature versus nurture. Sure. This is the one that when the conversation goes through this normally, the topic shifts to like the nature of Dinocop, because he is a dinosaur, and the particular nature of like a carnivorous dinosaur to eat is eat meat, and in particular other dinosaurs, is an argument that they make. But additionally, he is raised effectively amongst humans to be a police officer. They present that as a conflict, and it's that Dinocop frequently has mentioned he doesn't really know anything else. Aside from what he was taught explicitly and what he learned since they put him on the force. Camera rolling. Let's start. Yeah. It is one thing to use that kind of tool, the like essentially like screamers and similar tools that are to keep a pet away from something that will hurt them or that they will terribly damage if they keep messing with it. Like if your cat's a chewer and they keep finding like extension cords, having things to conceal them, to protect them, those are things that you want to do. But like, oh, the cat keeps jumping up on the counter or on the couch and they shall not. So I'm going to do something that like startles them, that they find uncomfortable, that kind of thing. And it's like, why do you have a pet? It sounds like you have an ornament that is offending you. To our favorite show, the place in the middle where we might join each other, but maybe not. Your host, the moderate moderator. Coming to you live from the Dinosaur Rights Convention at the Cretaceous Hotel in the New Jurassic District. This pattern has been repeated multiple times, but, you know, we're leading into the Detective Exposes the Crime segment, so... Topic of the debate for our guest today is nature versus nurture. Where is the line and how do we draw it? Rules are, no one should speak over anyone else, take turns, priority the person who didn't speak yet. We may actually have to try to use these rules. I will fact check, don't try to lie, because lying is the worst kind of tomfoolery. I suspect, given the thickness of them, the edges have got to be wonky because they are cut at an angle. They're very thick, so there's going to be some extra distortion. And then it must be very orange. He's got custom versions of those anti-blue light gamer glasses that were going around, you know? I'll start if I may. Go for it. You always start. I can let you speak first if you want. Nah, I'd rather let you say something stupid and then tear you to shreds in front of everyone. Ooh, the shade. Okay, let's stay civil, my friends. Kronjaeger, you may start. I don't feel like it anymore. Please, time is running. All right. When it comes to nature against nurture, I think we dinosaurs do a pretty good job managing the dynamic. Even though the context doesn't make it easy. So, for reference again, Kronjaeger is a butcher. He sells meat. He is very interested in the furtherance of the Brontosaurus meat industry. And his partner is very anti-chicken meat, which gives them kind of a nice dynamic. And so that's why he is making deals with Jan, because the Progressive Pro Party, one of their stances is deregulation of the Brontosaurus meat industry. Even though the context doesn't make it easy, most of the time we stay faithful to the most beautiful aspects of our nature while we adapt to this new society we've been put in. I'd say the tension between nature and nurture works itself out for us. Naturally, if you allow me the pun. What a dork. Funny that this is your point of view, Kronjaeger. I guess being so deluded works out well for you. So this is Apoblop, the Brontosaurus rights group. Remember, Brontosauruses, there is a societal assertion, we don't know where it started or if it's true, that Brontosauruses are frequently born with mental handicaps and the like. Like, very frequently, with the assertion being that many Brontosaurus children are incapable of participating in society as a result. And so they allow them to be sold to the meat companies as a form of, like, euthanasia. So this Brontosaur has a really strong reason to be an advocate for his people. Your business relies on the complete denaturalization of the dinosaur food chain. It would be good for us, Brontosauruses, that we can walk the streets without being attacked by predators, if so many of us didn't have to fully surrender to the meat market in exchange. Does the Apoblop ever talk about something other than Brontosauruses? I could also spend my life talking about myself on TV. Obviously, we can't live like we used to, but humans can't only take from us now that we can't freely express our instincts. If the Brontosauruses whom are sent to the slaughterhouse can't defend themselves from their predators, we need infrastructure and regulation that will prevent us from simply being harvested by a system that only cares about eating us. Totally agree. The affected populations must be at the forefront of discussions about the development of such infrastructure and regulation. We must be wary of people like Jan Zero, who present themselves as the answer to these issues for their own gains. That or other elements, they have mentioned, Casemate, that one of the physical problems that Brontosauruses have is that they are large and have, like, long necks, so they are perpetually bent over the way that they're showing him right now, and they don't fit into a lot of places. So they have trouble working. Like there aren't a lot of jobs where they can actually work. That kind of thing leads into the like, well, they don't want to work kind of stuff. I get the impression that Brontosaurus meat is delicious, and it becomes the society has a strong motivation to constantly nudge the perception to be that, oh, it's in their best interest that we eat them, you know? There was a sitcom called Dinosaurs, and one of the plot lines was they were graptolites or something like that. They were little gerbil-looking creatures that were intelligent, but they were considered like a delicacy, like the most delicious thing. And they had been steadily being eaten out of existence. That was a series that had a similar vibe to this in some ways, because they would touch on really heavy subjects. The comparison, the Rick and Morty spaghetti episode. Very on point, though, I think. Especially as societies are collapsing because of both the source of and the impetus to. You know, there used to be guardrails on that bridge, but they melted them down to make spaghetti colanders over at the bottom to catch the people as they died. So, harm reduction program for brontosauruses. Sounds like a great thing. Why would anybody be against it? Well, the PPP also wants to deregulate the brontosaurus meat industry. Their harm reduction program is a bluff to calm us down while their friends profit off dinosaurs' lives even more easily than before. A big, one of the elements is that they talk about, like, oh, it's a thing, it's a benefit to them, it's almost like as a service, because you can be, again, there's the impression, we don't know if it's true, that there are brontosaurs that are born unable to actually survive and thrive. So we have a process that integrates them into the rest of society as foods. Yeah, Rick and Morty can be hit or miss, and boy, the fan base is terrible. I like this arrogant woman. She thinks she's better than everyone. But because the brontosauruses have trouble getting jobs, and that there is a stigma towards them, then they're going to frequently be in economic difficulties. Their living spaces are, like they have mentioned, it's more expensive to find places to live. So economic hardship is more likely. And if there's a program that says, well, if you just give us your kid, we'll pay you. Guess Jan Zero could help the dinosaur population if he was really about balance. Sadly, he's mostly a puppet who serves the PPP by maintaining cute appearances. They try to appease us with buzzwords and identity politics, but how can they claim they care about dinosaurs when the Less Dinos, Better Dinos Act is a key part of their campaign? For those that weren't here when they described it, Less Dinos, Better Dinos is a population control mechanism. Hey, Schmuggums. It's been a pretty good day. We should be heading into the what is probably the final scene in this. Don't know how much longer we're going to be going, but should be for a little bit yet. At least some sort of dramatic climax, you know. But the less dinos, better dinos that they're talking about is population control, and it is indicated to be income related. And I have to assume that the way that they'd calculate the income, given the dire straits of brontosauruses, is, well, if you want to be able to have children, you're going to have to give us some of them in order to get some sort of like bracket consideration, you know? So dinosaurs should vote for the Kill All Dinosaurs party, the puppet party that is the alternative with their policy is their name. Do you know any other trick, Jan? Dinosaurs should fight for the rights of all their peers. They should refuse to do self-interested bargains with humans to serve personal interest. Is there even a dinosaur left under those scales, Jan? Or are you fully hot-blooded now? Never miss an occasion to show your true nature. Your values and pseudo-ethics aren't helpful to navigate the real world. You're too idealistic, too divisive. So this is along the lines of the speech that he's writing, is assuming that the frame job worked and Carmen was arrested for having human meat, then she goes from being a too idealistic and divisive rabble-rouser to being a radical terrorist, you know? Which makes the stances that she is taking and makes them radical opinions, extreme opinions. As opposed to, you know, hey, maybe these people shouldn't be getting sold to butchers. Most dinosaurs are not like you. Most dinosaurs are like me. We're acrobats, jugglers doing our best to walk the fine line between nature and nurture. For this discussion is a debate about this fine line, not my personal trial. I don't care that I have to work harder than my human counterparts to gain respect. I expect it. But I find it sad that someone who has dedicated her life to fighting for dinosaur rights is acting in such a destructive way for us. Though, I mean, if they have a first-the-post system, then effectively two parties is all they're allowed. Though, you do have to wonder why Carmen and the company aren't part of, like, a party that says, no, progressive isn't the only party, and Kill All Dinosaurs isn't the other choice, because there's no dinosaur that's going to vote for Kill All Dinosaurs. What's the third party? The maybe we shouldn't eat babies party. Mr. Officer, what do you think? Yeah, so this is the one where Dinocop eventually breaks down and runs away. This is a I don't want to engage. And this is the we're leading to the dramatic stuff. Carmen is right about Jan, and it's even worse than you think. No disrespect to you, moderate moderator, but I'm going to go a bit off topic. Even though, now that I think of it, this might have something to do with our debate. Jan Zero is not who he claims to be. I have proof that he is a dangerous, self-serving... It looks like Cytocosaurus. What? I thought cops loved Jan Zero. Was first called here to investigate reports of human meat found at the convention. Gasp! Someone brought human meat here? Little did I know I was about to uncover an elaborate scheme devised in unison by Jan Zero and the police department of our town. Their goal? Target an important activist of the dinosaur rights movement to neutralize her and gain political advantage. Is this turning into one of our most iconic episodes? Moderator turns to the cameraman, you do not stop filming until I tell you to. Did you eat a mushroom that makes people act weird, officer? I love that that's effectively a noun. It isn't a mushroom with a descriptor. Mushroom that makes people act weird is a noun. That is a particular thing. Like, a mushroom that makes people act weird is not the same thing as a mushroom. He's either got like a urban fantasy wizard vibe going or a pimp vibe. Though it wouldn't take much to take a stereotypical wizard outfit and convert it into a pimp outfit. You just need to fancy it up a little bit. And the opposite is true. You know, you pull the leopard print off of the pimp suit and you've got a wizard outfit. This is foolish. What are you talking about? Especially a Sherlock Holmes style breakdown live on TV involving a major public figure and a debate that is like central to the news right now. That is... You record that, you upload that live to every platform you can get constantly. You get that out there and you lock down those videos. Because people are going to pay you for copies of them to do their own feeds. And they are going to, or bribe you to try to take them down. Agents in the police force conspired with Jan Zero with help of Kronjaeger the Butcher to kill a not-food chicken. I like, that's another term. There's chicken and a not-food chicken. Like, the talking chickens that we're seeing are not chickens as we know them. Even aside from the talking. Plant his body in Carmen's room to pass it off as human meat and then frame her with possession of human meat. They wanted to arrest her, to discredit and destroy her. Jam was going to spin this whole thing to burnish his image as the rational, no-nonsense dinosaur who fights for our rights in a good way, not in extreme, violent, divisive ways like Carmen. I like how there's again, there's a lot of this that is a bit too real, you know? They're violent and divisive. Well, what were the things that were divisive before she was violent? Don't eat babies. He did all this to promote his campaign. Gasp! Could he talk more slowly? I'm not sure I understand everything. It's this event right here. This whole thing would be a butterfly effect event. Unless it's the entirety of the investigation into this were like full-on fascist level quashed, this would be all over. I mean, especially we're dealing with internet age kind of stuff. Like, this is post-internet age. Or, you know, this is like 20, 25 years in the future is where this is set. So there's no getting rid of this, and it looks very bad for that political party as well as a non-trivial faction of the government. I don't care about politics, but this sounds intriguing. And that kind of reaction there. I don't normally care about political stuff, but this is exciting. Moderate moderator, this is turning into straight-up defamation. Allowing this on your show could get you in legal trouble. I mean, if he has proof this is not defamation. This is such good TV. My dad would be so proud. Are you watching, Dad? I finally succeeded. I told you I could make it big. Show your proof then, officer. Show the proof. Oh, police officer. It was a peaceful event. Get out of here, pigs. Oh, we have multiple police have shown up. They're gonna hijack the set. Free speech. Brandon or Steve or some other cop, they all look the same. Sorry, everyone, we don't want to be disrespectful by showing up to your event. We're not here to cause trouble. We have no clue what you guys were talking about. Looks like we're interrupting something important. It's a sad coincidence. We're here because some of the guests of this beautiful hotel, which doesn't smell like lizards, complained to our great colleague, Mark, who isn't a loser who lost his patrol car keys while on duty, that our other colleague, Dinocop, was while on duty, that our other colleague, Dinocop, was breaking into their room. Fake news. Let him speak. We got a warrant and we looked at some camera footage. We got a warrant. That's why it took a while for Mark to come back with help. We discovered saddened us. We really trusted Dinocop. I guess we were naive. We'll hand some footage to the camera dino over there, and with your permission, moderate moderator, we'd like to air it now. This is my duty as a member of the media to let the public see the whole picture. Go ahead. The ratings for this episode will be crazy. Why did he go into that room? It's not his room. My coin, I threw it in this random spot. You have to say for yourself. I had to do these sketchy things to uncover the truth. I wonder if you don't ever take any money or go into a room with a closed door like that they don't have that footage. It would be kind of hilarious if this was like an early Chrono Trigger style thing where your little the actions that you think are benign come back. Kron Jaeger knows what I'm saying is true. He regrets being part of this plan and will corroborate what I'm saying. Right, Kron Jaeger? Don't put me on the spot. Come on, Kron Jaeger, don't be scared. Tell the truth. It will alleviate your guilt. Who's that guy? I have no idea what he's talking about. Kron Jaeger sold Paco's brother to Jan, and now he feels guilty. He's scared Jan might hurt him if he speaks out. Dinocop is crazy. I never said that, Jan. Not scared of you. I like all the deals we made, which never included selling the arrival time of a non-food chicken to you so you could kill him for his meat. You're a great deal partner. Thank you, Kron Jaeger. I think it's clear what's going on. Dinocop knew his colleagues were about to come and get him, and in an ultimate move to save himself, he's trying to frame me for his crimes. I have no clue what you're talking about. It seems like dinosaur stuff that we can't understand. We respect dinosaur stuff. It's great. It's your stuff. Here's what we can explain to you about Dinocop's actions. We have reason to believe Dinocop worked in conjunction with Carmen Babar to carry out a terrorist attack during Jan Zero's speech later during the convention. They brought human meat to the hotel, and we're not sure yet what they were planning to do with it, but it's probably nothing good. For your safety, we're now going to proceed to Dinocop and Carmen's arrest. The rest of the convention will go as planned. You can now rest assured that you're all safe in here. Too much for me, I'm getting out of here. Let him show his proof. Terrorist apologist Dinocop must be silenced. He's a traitor to our cause. You calling me a terrorist apologist? Calm down, everyone. We're all feeling strong emotions right now. You're not my mom. I love terror. Oh boy. It's all for today, folks. You just witnessed something weird but important. I'm sure we'll have the occasion to unpack this during the next few days. Till then, take care of yourself. Feel your emotions. I believe that was Paco leaving. And he's done playing. Bloop. My friends, the dinos gathered with me here at the Cretaceous Hotel, and all the living beings listening at home, at work, or wherever you are, I stand here before you for what was supposed to be an important, yet more formal speech than the one I'm about to deliver. Today, right here, between these walls, I don't know. It has a bad ending vibe. A lot of you may wonder why I kept delaying this event. And even though during this time I was waiting in my room for my team to give me the green light, all I wanted was to scream and tell you all, we won't back down, we will win. I had no choice but to keep my mouth shut for a little bit. I had to preserve everyone's safety. A few days ago, I was informed by law enforcement officials that nefarious individuals were planning to disturb our Great Dinosaur Rights Convention. They brought human meat to the hotel, and we have reason to believe they plan to plant disguised devices and on and around this stage to attack us while the meat would fall on me and on you in the crowd as I was talking. Why did they plan this terrorist attack? Well, I'm sure most of you get a grasp of the situation. These individuals think I'm a traitor because I'm the first dinosaur candidate for a traditional human-led political party. They wish I didn't work with humans, that I didn't help a human party get into power. To these people, I ask you a simple question. What are you doing to build a better world? It's true that humans have wronged us many times. What part of the origin story of the dinosaurs is when they were first cloned and put into zoos, some of the ones that started to show signs of intelligence and learned, like, by observing humans to speak, there were some zoo owners that intercepted that and cut their tongues out. so that they could keep running the zoo. Later, they were prosecuted for that, but that is amongst the early atrocities. We just have to think of the dangerous people of the Kill All Dinosaurs party. We can't even begin to imagine an end to their intolerance. But that's exactly why I consider what I do so important. Collaboration between humans and dinosaurs is essential to the well-being of all. Now is not the time for terror. Now is not the time to panic. Now is the time for reparation, for dialogues. What happened here today belongs to the old world, one in which dinosaurs act in the ways that fuel the hate of the Kill All Dinosaurs party. Even my childhood friend Steve doesn't want to eat all humans anymore. I believe that was one of his records. The new world, we live alongside humans. We work together. We enjoy baseball. We share the streets. Because deep down, we dinosaurs know that humans have wronged us, but we give them another chance. We trust them again. After all, they gave us the greatest gift you can give to a being you love, a second chance at life. Okay. Sharpshooter. On the bed is Mason and Sammy. This is metaphoric, to say the least, keeping us locked with the garbage until they send us to jail. I appreciate your effort and all, but you really thought that it was going to work, calling them out in the middle of the place in the middle where we might join each other, but maybe not? You got a lot to learn. If we ended up in the same prison, I'll teach you about their ways. If we end up in. Won't be of much value, they'll keep us in there forever. But hey, maybe this knowledge will serve you during your next life. Do you believe in reincarnation? Myself, I don't know. Never took the time to think about the spiritual stuff. Mostly dedicated my life to our materialistic concerns. I got us in there. In here. I'll get us out. You didn't get us in there. You did your best, honestly. No way we can get out unless someone comes and helps us. Maybe Bert will try something. Sure, there's a way out. So I'm going to rip open all of this and give it to the machine. The trash machine asserts that it is in charge of this place. Like, it is not the janitor that runs the place, it's the trash disposal robot. So if I take all this... Oh. There's a rat hole there. Maybe they've got the machine fully turned off. Hey, my room is infested with rats. Come on, Skunky, I thought we were friends. Someone locked us in here. We're sorry to bother you. Talking about you, dear stranger in dinos whose name is its job. Dinocop. There's literally a new rat hole in here. Anyway, what do you mean someone locked you in here? They arrested us because we were about to thwart their elaborate conspiracy. Sorry about that, guys, but while you're here, can you help me get rid of the rats? A rat hole. Are your rodent friends going to save you once again? Oh, these are the chips they like. My dude, why are you so cool? Why are you so nice? We're trapped here. You're our only hope. Rat is your only hope? You must be in deep trouble, man. Let's hope I find something to help you in the walls. Give me a minute. In the walls, I found nothing. You're doomed. What? Pretty anticlimactic ending to such a good game, but nobody can say it's unrealistic. What do you mean a game? Life is a game. If we're going to be stuck in here together, please shut up with your pseudo-philosophical stuff. Go back into your hole if you don't like it. All hope is lost. I guess I'll just feed myself to Skunky. You're not a cop anymore, so she won't have you. You're not trash. Wait, I have one more thing to tell you. In the walls, I found the janitor's key that I took from him someday when he was trying to exterminate me and he failed. You should have seen your faces. You thought you were doomed. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. That was funny. Give you one more tip so you can forgive me. The hotel is infested with cops. Be easy for you to escape even with this key. But you, Dinocop, can smell their dangerous presence. Doing so will help you see them before they see you. Alright, I'm going back in the walls. Good luck. Danger scent. Huh. Locker doors auto-close. Love rats, man. Their soul is so pure. What? This one was a total jerk. He almost gave me a heart attack. Stop being so dramatic. He just didn't take life too seriously. Anyway, let's get out of here. Let's make him pay. There's a guard right in front of our door. Can't just open it. I'll lure him close. Then when he's there, open the door hard and smash it in his face. What if he's a Pachycephalosaurus? If he's a Pachycephalosaurus, you'll have your sweet words and your burgundy sweater to seduce him into letting us go. That was there is a Pachycephalosaurus that was part of this, and we tricked him into thinking that we were, interested in dating him by dressing up like his ideal partner, which included a burgundy sweater. We tricked him into breaking down her door, which is why she is jabbing us about it right now. Hey man, I know you can't do anything for us, but what's the score of the baseball game? Guard at the door. Hopefully he's not a Pachycephalosaurus. Let me check. The Twins are leading the Diamondbacks 8-0. Even with Mache who can't hit for his life, the Twins are destroying the Diamondbacks. Well, hitting is not Mache's role. He's a character player. Love character players. I kind of recognize myself in them. Grit over the skills, putting the team first. Character players are a bit like terrorists. Never thought of that. Except you don't put the team first, you put terror. Let's not talk politics. I don't want us to fight. Let's stick to baseball. I wish foosball hadn't been a cheater. I couldn't agree more. Got him good, the poor kid. Not a Pachycephalosaurus, a real mushy head. I feel bad for him. We're starting to bond. Come on, it's too early to go full-blown Stockholm Syndrome. Let's stay discreet. The rat said there were other guards all around the hotel. Let me hop on your back. We'll be less likely to get busted that way. He's gonna be fine tomorrow, right? Oh. Oh yeah, we're going full stealth game on this. I don't know what kind of vision range they have. That's a lot of cars. Oh, okay. Okay, they have a pretty long line of sight. Use our binoculars to see what's going on downstairs. Thank you so much for stopping this unwarranted attack on my person. Other guy from the political party. Over the years, the police really did become dinosaurs' friends. We respect dinosaur stuff. Brandon or Steve or some other cop, they all look the same. We love it when dinosaur stuff respects us back. You know what I mean, Jan? I sure do. Jan, the polls we conducted just came out. 73% of humans have more sympathy for you today than they did before your speech. Regarding the dinosaur population, your approval ratings are more stable than we expected. But we'll get there. Imagine if Mark had completely fumbled the bag. Your approval ratings would be in the gutter. My approval ratings weren't that bad to begin with. Mark, you suck. You suck or what? Your ratings were never great, Jan. Mark, you got scared of Dinocop's big teeth? Downtown, a lot of dinosaurs are protesting Dinocop's and Carmen's arrest. Did we make a mistake? You gotta understand the psychology of the masses, Kronjaeger. Dinocop and Carmen's actions created a division among subversive dino organizations that are working against us. This division is good for us. I miss Paco. What? Jan, you got other towns to win over. Let's not waste any more time here. After this delicious Brontosaurus steak, we hit the road. Corruption. Used to be mad they built a statue of Marshall the Raptor instead of a statue of me. This whole case opened my eyes. Now I understand. This statue, it's big, it's opulent. Maybe we can use it to our advantage. There's Bert. He's so loyal. He won't leave until he finds a way to get me out. Let's go talk to him. In his room, he keeps stuff that will be useful for our escape. Looks like he's headed towards the convention hall. You can see mechanically these stairs are a slope. And they have some basic contact physics. Can't go that way. But that way. That way. Well, at least we get good save points. Yep. Oh, there he is. Like if you use Godot and use the the default like physics objects, physics bodies, those are things that you have to account for. Is like friction of surfaces, how stairways are actually built, that kind of thing. He's probably looking for some sick beats to enjoy. We need to head over. There are cops all over the convention hall. Closing party just ended. Let's be careful not to knock over any beer bottles. It could warrant us unwanted attention. Stealth light, you know? Hey, Bert. My God, you got out? How? Don't answer. Stay silent. I'm so happy. I don't show my happiness. I keep staring in front of me at this useless convention, the void of it all. Act as if my friend and the guy who betrayed me but who turned out to be cool in the end didn't just show up. We must not draw attention. There are visitors coming. Hide under the table. What is it that you sell, young man? And why should I buy it? Random papa. I'm not selling anything. I'm here as a member of the RDM. The RDM? Aren't you guys extremists? Wow, that caught on fast. Huh, well. Honey, stop talking to the RDM. They have ties to those terrorists they just arrested on TV. Like, hours ago. I can't believe you have the guts to still show your face in public after what just happened. You should be ashamed. Sir, I'm just here to discuss and share ideas. Nasty ideas. Dad, he's just an idealistic kid who will calm down when he turns 30. Like all of us. If he doesn't end up in prison before. Cut him some slack. Jaded daughter. Okay, let's go talk about why we absolutely need to cut taxes for the ultra-rich with that other guy from the PPP over there. I'm not ultra-rich, but I think this is a really good thing for some reason. They're gone. Bloop. Adore the Bartosaur is watching me, so there's nothing to worry about. She's so drunk she's on the verge of losing touch with reality. What can I do for you? Create a diversion? I don't care if I get arrested so you guys can escape. Don't get arrested. We don't need anyone else getting in trouble. We just need to get to your room and grab your special stuff. Ah. Yeah, good friends, you know? Good friends. Who already thought about using my special stuff to help you guys out. I'm down here while the Appleblop are up in their room. Wait, watch out. Another rando wants to tell me something. Debatable debater who doesn't say hi before starting debating. Really believe a dinoless society is possible? Huh. Huh, that's why humans don't respect us. Huh. Or, huh? That's why humans don't respect us, huh? Because we don't work enough, huh? You make good points. You should try to get on the place in the middle where we might join each other, but maybe not. Huh. I got you, right, huh? Never heard those deep arguments, huh? It's true. I deserve a spot on the place in the middle where we might join each other. But maybe not, huh? I'll go ask the moderator, huh? Go to hell, stupid dinalist. I owned you. He's gone. As I was saying, I'm down here while Appleblop are up in their room, working on a special device to help you out. We take turns scouting the conventional hall so we don't get caught by the cops. You guys are real warriors. I love you so much. Join them up there. I'll follow you. We'll figure out a new plan. Police officers moved away from here. That weird bandy-legged stance they take. And there isn't like dramatic spy movie music playing. It's actually kind of silent. Gotta go the other way. Oh, no. Good job, guys. It's all set. Just put the powder in that compartment and we're good to go. We could have saved time, you know. Could have used my knife. Could have killed them all, the guards. It's like you guys don't believe me when I say I'm a really good cold-blooded killer. I'd love it if you showed more confidence in my skills. Raymond, we know you're an amazing cold-blooded killer. It's just we don't really need to kill the guards. We mostly need to get our friends out of their cell. You guys are big. You could smash the door open. Not quickly enough, we'd get caught. I'd kill the cops who come down to arrest you. Raymond, come on, we're outnumbered. Nobody could knife their way out of this. See, you don't believe in me. I'm a special killer. How can I feel good about myself if even my friends don't see it? Humans, they always find a way to make things about themselves. What are you guys cooking up in here? Carmen. You got out? But how? A rat helped us. A rat? We'll tell you about it once we're out of this mess, okay? For now, let's focus. What are you guys up to? As you can see, we're making a bomb. Okay. Oh, that's the Game Boy from the bedridden gamer. To blow up the door to the janitor's room and save you. It's really nice, but didn't you guys think about the fact that you could have blown our faces off in the process? It's a really small room. That's a good point. See, my knife was the best option. I knew it. Shut up, Raymond. Anyway, let's not waste time talking about how you almost killed us. Good thing you made this bomb because we'll need it. You gonna blow up Jan Zero? No, we're gonna create a diversion. There are a lot of cops in front of the hotel. We'll never be able to escape if we don't get them out of there. We'll use your bomb to blow up the firefighter statue in the garden. Cops will run back to the garden and see what happened. That'll clear the driveway. We'll sneak in the front door and escape with Dinocop's old patrol car. He has the key. Hand over the bomb and go wait for us in front. Can't we come blow up the statue with you? No, you're brontosauruses. Being sneaky is not your forte. I could go. I'm a human. We don't trust that you'd not jeopardize the whole plan and use your knife instead of the bomb to try and make a point. I'll be honest, that's exactly what I was about to do. Thank you for confronting me, my friend. You're helping me grow. It's tiring, but what can we do? I guess we're stuck with you. I mean, that's either a very inefficient bomb or that's going to explode real good. Way too many cops in the inner courtyard to even think about crossing it. Looks like the best way to the statue is through the back door. Yep, through to kitchen storage. Use the bench to reach the dining room. Use your spying newspaper. Whoops. Tapped that Windows key. That was almost bad. close. And now we can use stealth grass. UX studies. Well, 3 hours, I'd say. You studying user experience. Was closer than I'd like. Waiting to see if that one on the left moves. Doesn't seem to. Uh-oh. Nope. Okay, they put a lot of checkpoints in this sequence. And I appreciate that because this is a relatively frequent problem with a lot of games. Is it will be, it'll be an action platformer or it will be a visual novel, and suddenly it's like, and now it's a fighting game for this sequence. Why you do? Okay, nope. Okay, they're just real dumb. Acceptable. Two cups are completely blocking us. Let's find a way to distract them. Time for very violent and dangerous vandalism. This is it. Drop the bomb and jump in the water. I was just starting to appreciate this statue. Sorry, Marshall. We're way past this type of consideration. Quick. The prankster shoved like a soda can up its butt too once. What the? What a beautiful sight. Now run. Dinocop. Carmen, you made it. Awesome. I must admit, that bomb was a really cool weapon. I just gotta find out which of those cars is mine. Quick, before the cops get back here. It's exactly where it originally was. Everybody clown car in here. We'll be able to get this car out of the driveway. There's like 6 others parked in front. I like how some of them are in the trunk. Good touch. The serial killer is crammed between 2 of the Brontos and the 3rd one's in the trunk. Those other cars are empty. There's 7 in ours. We're heavy AF. Just crush them. I am actually controlling this. It is old game tank controls. They had joked going full-blown GTA on the whole town. This is how GTA 1's controls were when you were in a car. We did it. We won't spend the rest of our lives in jail. We'll spend the rest of our lives in exile. I'll never sleep in my apartment again. I'll never get to sit at my favorite bar, enjoy a beer with my friends. Never get to see my cats again. Never get to do most of the things that I love. I'll lose everyone I cared for because I was scapegoated by some opportunistic political leeches. It's unfair, man. I'll take care of your cats, Carmen. When we find a place where you guys can hide safely, maybe I can bring them to you. Let's be realistic. No one in this gang could ever set foot in my apartment. What will happen to your cats? Hopefully they'll escape when the cops barge into my place and make a new life in the streets. I have no clue where I should head. We should ditch this car, like, now. I know how to hotwire vehicles. Let's find a van. Let's head towards the forest. We have a secret shack there. It's not far from the borders. We'll find a way to get you through. I'll forge you some new identity papers. Wonder what my new name will be. Dinocop, you'll finally get a real name. Well, at least something cool came out of this mess. I guess, yeah. How would you like to be called? Let's wait until I'm done driving before we talk about this. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. That is a... That... They did not go with happy ending. That was... Wow. Well done. That was not a, we overturned the evil system. That was a, we found the truth and now we have to go figure out how we're gonna live in the aftermath, you know? It's realistic, dark, and at least the possibility of a sequel, but not the certainty of a sequel, you know? Interesting. Interesting. Oh, button. There we go. Yeah, not a happy-go-lucky ending. I feel like I would have been satisfied with a standard ending to it, but given the tone of the game, I feel like this was good as well. They had been pushing the corruption of the system and how seeded it was, and turning it around into a full happy ending. I feel like that wouldn't have worked given the tone. But I at least like that they gave you the opportunity, like, hey, you escape and move on kind of thing. Just checking something here. Checking the achievements here. There are 2 hidden achievements, so in theory, there might be a secret ending. Yeah. They do establish a bit that the dinosaurs are kind of manipulable. Like, a lot of them are very, very quick to buy anything they're told, you know? But I feel like this same plot line would work in a more serious game as well without damaging it. This was fun, though. This was fun. It's like investigative light. But good times. Would recommend. But with that said, folks, I hope you had a good time watching with us tonight. Glad we could wrap it up. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All those buttons are generally good. If you, it will help the channel if you press them. With that said, folks, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time. We do have a coding stream tomorrow. Good night, everyone.